Hi, this is my first post here, and I've been searching on what subreddit I should post this on because it kind of freaks me out. My boyfriend and I have been dating for almost 2 years now. We've been friends since 2017, and we moved in together last year just before the pandemic started. My boyfriend, in moments of silence, would always look up at me and ask, "Did you say something?" Followed by, "Oh, I thought you said something." And when I asked what he heard me say, he said he didn't know and that he just heard my voice. Today, literally just now, he came in from throwing out the trash bag and he walked in and asked, "Did you say something?" I was on TikTok and I didn't say anything. I asked the usual, "Oh, what did you hear me say?" And usually, he doesn't know what he heard, he just knows he heard my voice. But this time, he said he heard me say, "Hi, Bob," which is our pet name for each other. He was standing in the hallway, and when he turned around, no one was there, and I was in bed. Has this happened to anyone else? My boyfriend is constantly hearing my voice when I'm not speaking. Sometimes, I genuinely think he's hearing my thoughts.
My father was a very friendly person. He had tons of friends. It was hard to keep track of who he spoke to, and he traveled a lot due to his work. He was also very strong. He had no severe health issues. However, when I was 10, he died. It was sudden, and we informed as many people as we could. One day, an old colleague of my father ran into my mom. She hardly recognized him, but they spoke and he said, "I saw your husband just a few weeks ago." Now, it had already been 2 years since my father's death, and the colleague didn't know my father was dead because he was away for years and had only come back to town to visit his mom. He also said that him and my father had a long conversation, and that they ended up having coffee together too. This happened again, this time with one of my mom's old students in his late 20s. He was a kid when he used to come over to my house and get tutored. My mother used to help him in math and English, and my dad used to give him snacks after he studied, and he'd even play with him too. He too didn't know my dad had already passed, and he told my mom how he saw my dad just about a month ago, and they spoke for a really long time as well. This happened like 2 other times, and then all quiet. It hasn't happened in a long time.
So to preface this, I found the sub today and went down the rabbit hole with everything that people have experienced. I kept thinking, man, what's the closest experience I've had to something like this? Well, it may not fit this sub perfectly, but there's one thing that I've realized that I have always been ominously at loss for an explanation. A few years ago when I was in college, I went home to visit my family for a holiday, whichever one it was. Nothing was out of the ordinary, and I lived about 2 hours from my hometown, so I visited rather frequently. I never liked going back home to visit because my parents went to bed around 8:30 p.m., and the house was an open design with wood floors, so the acoustics in the house made every step sound like I was hammering a bass drum. Not to mention that they never closed their door when they went to sleep, and I had to walk past the room if I wanted to go to any other part of the house. My room was at the end, a 20-feet hallway, and my parents' room was next to the entrance of that hallway. Well, that night when I was visiting, I went to grab a beer around 2 a.m. from the fridge in the garage. I tiptoed with my socks on, as ridiculous as it is to keep the house silent, and I grabbed a couple bottles so that I wouldn't have to do it again soon. On my way back to my room, I took a left to walk down the hallway, my back facing the open door of my parents' room, and I heard a sound that quite literally sent shivers down my spine. As I turn to take a left down the hallway, I hear the most distinct and terribly loud boo, as if a grown man shouted at the top of his lungs, about 5 feet above and behind me. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but it was clear as day, and immediately, both our family dogs in my parents' room start barking and ran towards where I was. And I am so grateful for them barking, because I would be convinced that I have lost my mind if it wasn't for that. My stepfather has a nickname for me, Boo Boo, because that's what my little sister called me when she was too young to actually pronounce my name. It was nearly pitch black in the house, no lights were on, and I got around just from my years of experience living in the house. The second I hear the boo, I turned around and faced my parents' open door. I thought it was my stepfather yelling at me for being up so late, and it was too dark to see if he was standing at the threshold of the door, and I just assumed he was. Without hesitation, I run into my parents' room, honestly hoping it was him that said something. I wake them up in a panic saying, "Did you say something? You said something to me, right?" In a sleepy, delirious state, they say, "Huh? What the fuck are you talking about?" I asked them if they heard that loud boo or boom. It sounded like both, and they look at me like I'm on drugs. To this day, I'm sure that's what they think, but the strangest part is neither of them heard the dogs lose their mind, which bothers me because saying my mom is a light sleeper is an understatement. After waking my parents and begging them to tell me they said something to me, I go to my room and called my best friend. I can still remember to this day the way the hairs on the back of my neck stood up while describing to him what happened. And after ending the call, I still felt the hairs on the top of my forearm stand straight up for at least an hour. It will always bother me, and I will never know what the hell it was.
This happened to me a few weeks ago, and I've been trying to explain it somehow by reading or by searching on it, but I couldn't find a description or an explanation about it. So here, I want to ask if any of you know what this could be, or if any of you have had the same experience. I was completely alone at home. I was finishing some dishes in the kitchen. The kitchen door and the window were open. It was quiet. Some light noises were coming in from around the neighborhood area. I had just put down my kitchen cloth on the counter when very suddenly every noise from the outdoor fully disappeared. It got dead silent for just a few seconds, and then I heard a very high-pitched electrical noise, and I very suddenly saw a golden and white bright flash. It was like a light explosion. It completely blinded me for like a fraction of a second. Basically, the entire world disappeared for a slight moment. And then as suddenly as it came, it was gone, and everything was back to normal, except for the dead silence outside. That didn't change for like another 15 minutes. It was a frightening experience. Even I screamed a bit like, "What the hell is this?" But before I could finish, it was totally gone. It really lasted less than a second. I live in an earthquake zone, and I tried to read about earthquake lights, but they seem to be a completely different phenomena. I also suffer from chronic migraines and have preventative treatment. I've experienced aura vision before a couple of times too, but nothing like this. So that's why I put this post in this subreddit. If any of you have had similar experiences or have any idea what this could be, I'm very curious to read it.
This happened several years ago when my friend and I were in high school. We would always hang out either at his house or mine, and we happened to be at his house for that day. He lived in a pretty normal suburban neighborhood with about a mile of woods behind his house, separating his neighborhood and another one. We liked to go back there and explore the woods every now and then, instead of staying inside and gaming. One of the times, We were exploring for a while, kind of just circling the woods. After walking around for about an hour or so, just chatting and messing around, we came across a seemingly random house right in the middle of a big clearing. We'd been in this woods several times before, but never saw this house. We figured we must have just never come this way before. We moved closer to investigate, and the place is basically destroyed. It's a single-story house, and there's a big hole on the back side of the house that looks like it was hit by a wrecking ball. We enter from there, and the inside is no different. Old torn-up furniture, walls, and floors make up the inside. And at that time, my friend and I were fascinated more than anything, making theories and jokes to each other about what the history of this strange house could have been. At one point, we thought it might have been owned by some kind of serial killer because it had several newspapers scattered around it with a lot of missing persons reports on them. Again, being dumb kids, we somehow found this more amusing than anything, as if this place had been put here as some sort of haunted house destination for Halloween. Anyway, after further exploration of this house, we found what looked like a hatch on the floor that may have led to some kind of cellar or bomb shelter. It had a lock on it, and we couldn't bust it open, because as brain-dead teenagers, we wanted to go down there and explore some more. After a few more attempts to get this hatch open, we decided to head back to his house to get some bolt cutters. We get back to his house, grab the tool, and head back to where we came from. We had made our way back in the direction we thought the house to be in, but we never found our way back there. We thought maybe we had just gotten turned around, but we followed a pretty distinct path back. We spent maybe another couple hours combing that small stretch of woods for the house to no avail. A little weirded out, we gave up, headed back, and didn't really give it too much more thought beyond a couple internet searched for anything that may have been related to a house in the woods in that area. Nothing came up. Years later, my buddy and I are both married, and neither one of our wives believe our story. His wife even got on Google Earth and searched that area behind his old house. She found nothing. Does anyone have any theories on what could have happened to the house? Before you ask, no, neither one of us did any kind of drugs. We were pretty straight and narrow kids.
Alright, so check this out. This event happened about 4 or so years ago. I've been a piano player ever since the age of 4, and I'm flexing, but I've won multiple awards. Anyway, every day I strive to improve my playing by practice. But this one day, I looked up at the clock to check my starting time so I didn't overdo it. The clock read 4:15. I played for about an hour or so because when I was done, I looked up at the clock again and it was 5:15. I was feeling hungry, so I went downstairs to grab something to eat. When I got downstairs, my mom asked me what was wrong. I said nothing was wrong. Then she asked me why I stopped playing. So I explained that I had been playing for an hour, was feeling hungry, and now I'm downstairs to grab something to eat. But she told me I hadn't even been playing for 5 minutes. I turned around to the living room clock, and no, my eyes did not deceive me. It read 4:15. So I ran back upstairs to double check the original clock, and it also read 4:15. Time had gone back an hour, but I'm not sure if my mom had looped the thing she was doing because I didn't pay attention when I started practicing. So I just told her I didn't feel too well and I didn't play piano for the rest of the day. I've never had any mental illnesses or disorders in my medical history, and I wasn't feeling tired or sore that day. So I'm looking for if anybody on this subreddit could come up with a plausible explanation for what the hell happened that day, because the events still baffle me until the present time.
This happened to me this morning when I got into work, and I have no idea whatsoever how it happened. I arrived at work this morning at 7:45 and sat in my car for nearly 10 minutes before gathering my lunch and exiting my car to head into work and clock in. My fellow office mates, which is 8 of us in total, tend to arrive after me 2 or 3 minutes before we begin our day at 8 a.m. But today was different. When I exited my car and headed for the office, none of my office mates had arrived yet. My coworkers who work in shipping and receiving, meanwhile, have been at work since 7:30 a.m., and I walked through the lobby, punched in the security code to access the warehouse, and headed for our break area to clock in on our biometric palm scanner. The device gave an affirmative message and displayed the time I clocked in, 7:56 a.m. Great! I opened the refrigerator door and placed my lunch towards the back of the top shelf before heading to the one and only stairwell to my office. This is where the glitch happened. I walked up the flight of steps and to my shock, all of my coworkers were already at their workstations. I asked completely startled, "When did you all get here?" They looked at me, confused. Claire, our marketing manager, said, "We've been here for an hour. We were about to head to my boss's office for a production meeting. Where have you been?" Still shocked, I said, "Where have I been? It's only about 3 minutes before 8. Oh." As I gestured toward my workstation, the time on my lock screen said 8:58 a.m. Somehow, I lost an hour of my time walking up the stairwell to go to my office. Does anybody have an explanation for how this could have happened?
Hi, people. As the title suggests, I'm here to tell you about an unexplained phenomenon that happened recently. First things first, I apologize early for the bad English. I hope everything is clear. Maybe you won't take this seriously or not believe me, and I understand that, but all I want is an answer. A true answer. I'm that kind of person that doesn't believe in ghosts, magic, or other stuff. I always had a rational and scientific view on reality, but that night, my God, something happened. Let's start. May 29th, 2021, Italy. It started as a regular weekend. I was at a friend's house with some other friends. We were drinking something, chatting, and playing games. And it was summer, and sometimes we decided to go outside for walks because of that. It was nighttime, around 11:30. It was cloudy outside, but you could still easily see where you're going. We live in a countryside area, but it's not too far away from the nearest city. It's the typical Tuscany landscape. Anyway, we walked down the dirt road in front of the house, and 2 of the friends in our group were walking a little bit further and faster than the rest of us. But that is until one of those 2 friends come back to the group to let us know that he's lost the other friend. Just gone. In a matter of seconds. But how? It was at this point that things started to get really creepy. We took out our phones and we used the lights from them to search for him. Maybe he fell down somewhere, was on the side of the road. Nothing. We even called his phone and no answer. The road is like 200 meters with a straight dead end. How can someone disappear when they're right in front of you? So we thought, fine, maybe he went back to the house, we thought. So part of the group went back to the house to go look for him, and then I stayed with the part of the group that stayed at the dead end to continue to look for him. A little bit later, somebody in the group that went back to the house to look for him called me and told me to let everybody know that he wasn't at the house. And because our continued search wasn't successful, we went back home too. And on our way back to the house, as we almost got there, we saw our missing friend reappear from the road, running towards us. At first, he thought we made up some kind of a sick joke on him, but no, we told him as we were all walking, he just was gone, disappeared. And then he told us what happened from his point of view. He said that he made it all the way down to the dead end by himself, and then when he turned around, we were the ones that were vanished. He didn't see any lights, he didn't hear any voices, he didn't get any phone calls, nothing. He also thought that we were the ones that just went back to the house, so he went back to the house looking for us, didn't find us, went back to the dead end to see if we were there yet, still didn't find us. He did that 2 more times, looking for his friends. How is any of this possible? We stayed up and thought about it all night, searching for some kind of explanation of what we all saw. But how do you even explain this? That night still haunts me, and I don't post much on the internet, but now I just need an answer. So if you have some ideas, a question, or maybe had a similar experience to this one, I'm always available. Thank you for reading. Have a good day.
I have no explanation for this, and hope that someone might have a guess because I am stumped. This happened maybe 10 minutes ago. I was standing at the top landing of my stairs looking at my cat. She was sitting on my parents' bed in their room. My parents' room is right in front of the staircase with a small foyer and hallway in between. From where I was standing at the top of the stairs, I could not see the bottom half of the stairs. I wasn't right on the ledge. Well, I blink, and suddenly, I hear bells chiming near the top of the stairs. All of my cats have them on their collars. I immediately assume that it's my other cat who must have been on the bottom half of the stairs, and I didn't know she was there. But it wasn't. I looked down to see the cat that was in my parents' room is now standing by my feet. Confused, I look back down into my parents' room, and sure enough, there's no longer a cat on their bed. This all happened within maybe 2 or 3 seconds. Either way, even if she had extreme zoomies, she would have never jumped off the bed, ran through the hallway, through the foyer, and up the stairs in that time. There's no way. Not only that, but my cats have bells on their collars. I would have heard the bell when she jumped down from the bed and the whole time she ran up the stairs. But there was no bell. The bell in my cat only appeared at the top of the stairs. She seemed completely fine when she reached the top of the stairs and brushed up against my legs. For additional context, it was daylight and my cats looked completely different. There is no way that I could have mixed up which one I saw on the bed, even at a distance. One of my weirdest glitches was about a little comic strip that I made for my school's newsletter. For several years, I spent hours each weekend drawing and writing funny little scenarios for my cast of fictional classmates. And yes, I did have a lonely childhood, but that's another matter. I'd become quite familiar with all of these kids, just as writers would with the characters in their books, except I had a portfolio of hand-drawn pictures for each of them. The one I had the closest personal connection to was, of course, the main character, and he was in almost all of the comics. Through my entire childhood, my family would occasionally visit my dad's old co-worker from a local factory. The co-worker was a pleasant older gentleman, then retired at the time of this story, and who lived with his wife in a double wide in the middle of a large trailer park the next county over. For those who are not familiar with them, mobile homes are small prefabricated houses built on top of a trailer and moved to the owner's property. Most often, that's a small rented section of land with a concrete slab where the trailer is parked and set on blocks. As part of a planned community with streets lined with similar houses called a trailer park. Also, for context, a double wide is one of these houses that is made in 2 sections on separate trailers that are joined together on site. The spacious doubles are considered a luxury in those parts. From what I understand, the couple was well off at least by the standards of those who lived in these communities. During these visits, the couple would give us sodas while the adults would reminisce about the good old days. They sort of became like family, and as we'd see them more often than our own relatives. The fact that the couple lived much closer than them played a part in that. Sometimes, the couple would also go on about their kids' jobs and how the grandkids were doing in school. I'd heard so many stories about their family over the years that they'd almost felt like acquaintances that I'd never actually met in person. Somehow, we'd always just missed them when we came around. Even weirder, I rarely saw any pictures of them, and a few they had on display were years old by then. As for the glitch, on one of these visits, I walked in behind my parents and was quite surprised to see a boy sitting cross-legged on the floor in the middle of the living room. He was around junior high age with light brown hair and a bowl cut with faded sides, a style that was popular for boys back in the 90s. And even though I'd just met this kid, I got the uneasy feeling that I'd seen him before. I'd never met any of their friends or family in person, nor was it from photos, as any of those I might have seen were so old that I wouldn't easily recognize him. But then, it hit me. The kid looked like the main character from my comic. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. However, I was familiar with every curve and detail of my character's face because I'd drawn him many times before. This kid looked exactly as I would have pictured my character if he were an actual person. Even the style and color of his hair was the same, and there he was, sitting on the floor in front of me. The likeness was so uncanny that it gave me chills, and I snapped out of my trance-like state as the couple introduced him as their grandson. The clincher, even his name was almost identical. I don't specifically recall what the two names were now, as there were a few common ones in the day that were so similar that people often got them confused. Now, I'm sure many are thinking that I must have subconsciously created my character after the grandson. While they had mentioned the kid by name before, as old people often dote on their grandkids, I never in my life had seen a photo of him that was remotely recent or anything of him that would have influenced the way that I drew my comic. And even though I'm a staunch skeptic, I have no rational explanation for such a unique and bizarre coincidence. I drive a lot for work. I probably spend 6 hours a day driving around town, checking on crews and going to meetings. I have a very close friend who runs a general contracting business, and I do about 20% of my business with him. I see him anywhere between 5 to 15 times a week, and we hang out in our free time. My friend is very easy to pick out, on the road and in person. He has a Ram 2500 with a slightly mismatched bed cover and a 4-digit custom license plate, not obscene, but easy to remember. Tuesday of last week, a black F350 is driving slow for the interstate. I catch up and notice my friend's license plate, but it's on a different truck. I pull up next to the driver's side door, and it's my buddy. He always wears a hat and has a thin beard because of his acne scars. He's not wearing a hat, and he looks right at me and doesn't acknowledge me at all. Normally, he would flip me off or pretend to drift into my lane, something stupid or dangerous. So I follow him for a while and continue to try and rile him up. I'm honking and waving, and he just calmly looks at me and the road several times back and forth. Finally, I get to my exit. I text my friend, "Hey, when did you downgrade to an older truck and why are you driving like an idiot?" He calls me instantly and asks what I'm talking about. I told him that I recognized his license plate and pulled up next to the driver's side door, and he didn't even acknowledge me. He said, "Well, that's weird because I'm in my Ram right now driving westbound." I asked what overpass he was near and told him to speed up and catch up with his truck. He agrees to try and catch up with the black Ford and call me as pulling up to it. About a minute later, he calls me and says, "I don't believe this. I see my license plate on the black Ford." I'm getting pretty excited and I tell him to pull up next to the driver door and look at himself in the truck. He starts laughing and says, "Whatever, man." And as he's laughing, he pulls up to the truck and he stops laughing as soon as he gets pulled up next to it. He's silent for a few seconds and tells me that he'll call me back. My friend didn't call me back that day or the next day, which is pretty unusual. I finally get a hold of him the next day and say let's grab beer after work. He agrees to it and I met up with him around 5 o'clock. We got to the bar around the same time and I immediately asked him what he thought about his doppelganger. He just got kind of pale and refused to acknowledge that I asked the question. The whole experience was pretty strange, but what I thought was the most interesting was that they were separated by only a mile or so. We run into each other on the road quite often, so that wasn't much of a surprise. My buddy is a pretty straight-laced guy, grew up rural and wealthy, and I've asked him in the past about woo-woo stuff in passing, and he always laughed it off. To see him that spooked and his reaction over the phone really set this event apart. I was at my aunt's house last summer, just before lockdown happened. I was taking a bath there, and I had the bathroom locked, and also the dressing room double bolted. You can never be too sure using somebody else's bathroom. Basically, the layout being, Aunt's bedroom had the dressing room, and inside, which was the bathroom. And the bathroom door had a stained glass in it, via which one can see if somebody is outside in the dressing room, but not clearly. Anyway, I clearly heard the lock opening. Click, click, once and twice. That were the double bolts of the dressing room, and I was in the bathroom. I thought my uncle had come home early from work in the afternoon, which was strange in hindsight, and my first concern was that my clothes were out there in the dressing room while I was showering in the bathroom. So it's kinda awkward. I heard a pair of heavy men's shoes against the floor and saw a very tall black silhouette that seemed like black pants through the stained glass of the bathroom door. It approached the cupboard and heard the telltale creaking of the cupboard door swinging open loudly. All this was happening in the dressing room and on the other side of the bathroom. While I was inside, waiting for him to get out fast so I can get my clothes from the dressing room and get dressed. 1 minute passed. I kept waiting, then another, and I was getting cold, and all I could think was, "What's taking him so long?" I peeped through the stained glass to see what he was up to, as there was no sound of him going about his business. I opened the bathroom door, and there was nobody in the dressing room. He must have gone out, but I've never heard the cupboard door or the dressing room door closing, and I was looking through the glass all hypervigilant constantly to know when he goes out, but I didn't think much of it. I quickly got dressed, picked my shit up and went on to open the dressing room door. It didn't open, and my blood ran cold. The dressing room door was still locked. I opened it. Click, click, once and twice. The double bolts. I was confused at this point. Had he locked the door from the outside? I later checked, and it can't be locked from the outside. I went out and my baby niece was still sleeping in the bedroom. I went out in the lobby where my sister was watching TV close to the only entrance of the house. I knew the answer before I even asked her. "Did Uncle go in the dressing room?" She looked at me weird and said, "It's 3 in the afternoon. He doesn't come home before 9 in the night. And nobody's home. Nobody went to the bathroom." So I went on and told her about the whole thing, after which she lost her shit too. She went in the dressing room, and lo and behold, all the cupboards were locked. "I swear to God," I told her, "that cupboard did swing open with a creaking and all." Then we called Uncle at his work, and he hadn't left his office, and he didn't come home. The very next day, my sister and cousin were watching TV at midnight, and they felt a presence behind them while they heard the stove in the kitchen being switched on, and felt something go behind them and up the stairs. Their house has an extensive history of crazy shit going on, and yeah, they shat bricks. This happened yesterday. My teenage daughter and I decided to take a drive around the town that my parents live in. I lived there on and off for 30 years, and she lived there with us for around 10. We walked and drove all over, so are familiar with the roads. We were recording everything on my phone. We started at an old cemetery, then it started to rain, so we decided to drive around a bit, then go to a local park. The first place we went was to a house that the locals call the castle, a huge stone structure with gargoyles and an iron fence. It never stays occupied for more than a year or two, but nobody has ever gotten a story out of the previous owners since they all seem to move far away. After that, we drove to the park. That is where the first strange thing happened. We turned onto the street the park is on, and both noticed that the park was too close to the intersection. There should be 2 houses with really big yards. One of the houses had a big yard, but the yard was way smaller than it should have been. The park is old. It hasn't had any new construction in years. The part of the park right there is an old basketball court made out of cement, cracked, faded grass growing in it, and the hoops vanished a long time ago. That was odd, but the park itself seemed normal. It stopped raining, so we wandered around the park for a few minutes, then got back in the car. We ended up driving, sort of aimlessly, until we ended up turning on a little street called Flint Road. It should have almost immediately curved sharply and intersected with another street. But it didn't curve, just went on straight for way longer than the road actually should have been. When I went back later and checked on Google Street View, the turn is visible from the intersection. The street should have nothing but woods on the right side until it ends. But after about the right amount of time for the road to have ended normally, houses started to appear. They weren't particularly old, but they also obviously weren't super new construction. After a couple minutes, I started getting really confused. I knew the road was supposed to turn, and I knew it wasn't that long. The road finally ended and we turned. I haven't driven that way in a few years, so I couldn't be sure exactly what it was. but something about the intersection seemed wrong. The road turned dirt, and then things really went weird. It was the wrong road. I don't know how else to describe it. My kid was unfortunately pointing the phone toward the passenger's side window, and there weren't any houses on that side. But the ones that I saw on the right, there's no way those are the ones that show up on the map. And according to a check online, most of the houses on that dirt road were built around 2006. Even just looking at the video of mostly woods on the passenger side, looking at the street view of the area, there are some geographical features that are off. Things that can't be explained by just grading the area by the roads or trees going up. And it seemed like it was longer than it should have been. I figured out the length the dirt road is supposed to be, and it should have taken about a minute, maybe a minute 15, to drive at the speed that I was going. But it took us about 2.5 minutes. For it to have taken that long, I'd have had to be driving at a walking pace. The dirt road ended at an intersection with a road that put us back where we started. Again, the intersection and houses around it seemed so off somehow, but I can't say exactly how. I want to say it's just because I haven't been down in a while and things are grown up more now, but it seems like it's something about the layout of the houses. Their placement isn't right. But I can't point to something and go, that's wrong in the way. Anyway, it was weird. This happened maybe 12 years or so ago, but it has stuck with me since then. I was leaving the library and headed home. The street I was on ended at the end of the park where it intersected with another street. I had just turned onto the street and there was a car up ahead waiting to make a right-hand turn onto the intersecting street as another car was driving down that street. I watched as the car cleared the intersection and I looked down to check my speed or maybe change the radio. I can't remember exactly, and I had the thought that the car was going to turn and crash into the other car. Mind you, when I looked down, the moving car had just finished clearing the intersection. But before I can look up, I hear a crashing noise, and I look up and the car that had been waiting to make a right-hand turn had just crashed into the back panel of the other car. Not even by just a small amount, they hit it just after the rear door. I know the car had been out of the intersection when I had looked down. It couldn't have been another car, as the park gave me a clear view that no other cars had been coming down the road and not enough time had passed. Just somehow, in that moment that I looked down, the car that had been passing was pulled back far enough that the other car turned into it. I remember when I passed the accident and the drivers had gotten out of their cars and had confused looks on their faces, as well like they had no idea how the car had gotten into a place where they could have happened either. I had been tempted to stop and ask if they had all thought the car had been clear of the intersection too, but just couldn't as I wasn't sure that I wanted to hear the answer. That's the only time I've ever had anything like this happen, and I hate that I can't figure out how it happened. I was driving to a friend's house around 9 p.m. tonight. It's only about a 10-minute drive, but I noticed something weird after about a minute of driving. There were no streetlights on that portion of the street. I thought they must have been turned off or something, but these 5 or so streetlights on that portion are a fairly new addition to the road. My car has a squeaking noise that I'm trying to find and I can't figure out. And I noticed that the sound wasn't happening anymore. I also was thinking how quiet it was sounding, and I realized my tires were not making any noise. I was sure of it because my windows were down. I have mud tires as of last summer, which makes a distinct rumbling or weird sound while I drive, but the tires I had before these made no noise. At this point, I thought that something strange was going on, and when I pulled up to the next stoplight, I looked at the funeral home across the street. I noticed that they had all flowering bushes in front of the building, rather than the newly made parking spots. This light also just didn't change from red to green for about 3 minutes, and with no cars around this whole time, I just drove through the intersection because I thought it wouldn't be changing anytime soon. These changes that I noticed are indicative of what my drive to my friend's house would have been about 3 to 5 years ago. Is it possible that I shifted back in time 3 to 5 years just during this drive? Or maybe an alternate reality? Once I got to his house, everything was normal, and I told him about the events. And driving back home, everything was back to how it normally is. So, we still have no explanation to this one, and it seems like a small lapse in perception, but I don't know. My girlfriend and I spent most of our time sat in bed playing games. I'm usually using a controller to play my PC games if I'm not using my Switch, and she's usually on 3DS or Vita. And naturally, she plays Animal Crossing a lot, so she was changing the game over from whatever was in the 3DS. Now, I want to make a point. We keep any games we have very organized, always in the correct cases, stacked on the drawers beside the bed. We only pick up these boxes to take out the carts, then put them back immediately, and the carts almost never leaving our hands. So, there's virtually zero chance a loose cart could ever end up somewhere other than the device it's for or its box. When she opened this box to take the game, it was empty. We assumed we must have made a mistake that we never had before and accidentally misplaced it, so we began tearing the room apart looking for the cartridge. She was looking around on the floor while I took apart all of the bedding because my guess was it probably got lost in the duvet or under the sheets or something. I took each item of bedding and shook it vigorously to make sure that the game wasn't stuck to anything. I took the duvet in particular, and I don't know what the word for it is, but I beat it, wafted, shook it around a lot like the maids do on TV, and I checked both sides of the duvet, and there was nothing stuck to it. Eventually, we got tired and gave up, saying we'd look again later and it'll probably turn up at some point. I put the bedding back on neatly, while once again double-checking both sides inside and out of each part. We finally got back into bed and picked up whatever we were doing. After 20 minutes later, I need to pee, so I leaned forward and pressed my hand midway down the duvet for leverage to throw myself onto my feet. Well, lo and behold, underneath my hand is the cartridge we were looking for, on the top of the made duvet, which I batted and shook twice over. I turned inside out twice over and checked both sides of it twice over. It was literally in the middle of the bed and the correct way up, facing us like it was carefully placed. Now, I know this sounds like a lapse of perception on our part, or something like that. It stuck to the duvet, but that thing was beaten harder than a dozen eggs, and I checked it so many times. We just looked at each other like, how the hell is it possible for that to be there right now? I just accepted that we were blind or tunnel visioning, but I still think about the impossibility of it being where it was, in such a perfect neat placement after throwing the duvet around like a madman. She's never let it go either, and blames fairies or imps or something, but I'd really prefer a logical solution, but I just can't reach it. I hope I explained this well, and if I didn't convey the weirdness and the impossibility of this happening, then I apologize. I should also mention that my girlfriend was absolutely not playing a prank here because she could never do one without giving it away with laughter. And she absolutely wouldn't lie about it 1 year later. She is honest to a fault. This isn't as crazy or profound as most posts here, but still, I feel like sharing it since this is the first experience of this nature that I've had in well over a decade. Yesterday morning, I went kayak fishing for several hours in the morning. I secured the kayak on my roof with the aid of J cradles, or some people call them J bars. I'm sure you've seen them on roof racks before, and most come with plastic caps that stick onto the end of the metal to prevent rusting or harm from the edges of the metal. So, when I'm done unloading my kayak back at home, I always leave them in my car or garage. This morning, I did just that, and it was also raining for the majority of the time that I was out there, so I took all of my clothes off and started doing laundry. I put all my new clothes on and went about my day. Later in the afternoon, I'm sitting or laying in bed, binging Twin Peaks for several hours. At least an hour or two in, I feel something in my lower back and reach around to see what it is. To my surprise, it's one of those end plastic caps from a J cradle. I'm bewildered as to how it could have gotten stuck inside my shirt and how I hadn't felt it in there till now. It's rounded on both sides, so for it to be stuck inside my shirt, I'd have to be pressing against it, holding it there, which I wasn't, because if I was, I would have pulled it out seeing how that would be uncomfortable. It was probably over 6 hours since I left them in my car to when I found the cap inside my shirt, and it just makes no sense. Like I said, I know it's pretty mundane and insignificant compared to a lot of posts here, but it's just rather puzzling, so that's why I decided to post about it.
So, it was like a month or two ago. I was getting the 2 pills I take before bed, and since I couldn't remember if I had taken them that morning, I poured them out and counted. Not weird for me, especially since I've fucked up before, so I often hyper-focus on the amount. Well, I did when I just took 1 each twice a day. And I just checked to see if they're even numbers. It was fine, so I gathered them up and put them back. I then second-guessed myself and felt compulsed to count them again. Still not weird for me. So, pour, count, it's fine, put back. I saw I had missed a couple or so, and now I feel like I've missed more, so pour, count, and that time, it was odd. So I spent like 30 minutes looking for it all around the area. Funnily, I had missed some more, but it was 2, which doesn't fix the problem. I look around where I poured them, the floor under where I had held them, the bottles themselves, counted again several times, nothing. I'm freaking out because, it's a big deal to me. I had fucked it up, and now I won't have enough, and now it'll be off, and blah, blah, blah. So I checked the bottle itself for like the third or fourth time. Nothing. So I look away and set it down. Clatter. Both heard and felt through the bottle. I look in it, and one lonely pill sits in the bottom. It's a basic US prescription bottle. I looked it over. There's no ridges anywhere for the pill to get stuck on. It obviously wasn't there the other several times I looked in and around it. I couldn't and can't come up with a reasonable way it fell into it. Well, technically, I have an idea, but it's more like an interpretation that's logically insane and doesn't actually explain anything, but kind of works for me personally, due to other experiences and beliefs. So, hopefully this fits. Any ideas to make it reasonable? Like, I cannot stress enough that I can't find any way for it to have been there the whole time or whatever, or like it fell off my hand or something without me noticing. Not any type of poisoning. I mean, this is pretty isolated, and I have several sensors that happen to be right next to the bathroom. Again, sorry if this boring-ass occurrence doesn't fit, and for my Valley Girl-lite way of speaking.
I have several small dogs, and they all get fed in the master bathroom at my home. But one of them in particular, an adorably fat chihuahua named Luna, gets put in my closet to eat so she doesn't bully the other dogs out of their food. She isn't very happy that she's on a diet and will gladly starve the other dogs to appease her endless appetite. One morning, when I was to put her carefully measured kibble into her bowl in the closet with her eagerly dancing around my legs, I noticed that her dog bowl was gone. Thinking maybe she moved it from its usual spot after I fed her the night before, I looked everywhere in the closet, under the low-hanging clothes, anywhere she might have hidden it. Nothing. It was gone. Having no other choice at the moment, since Luna would be most distressed if there was a delay in her getting her breakfast, I put her kibble on the carpet in the closet so she could eat and made a mental note to get her another bowl. Doggy dinner time rolls around, and I have a new bowl and another carefully measured scoop of kibble. I open the closet to feed her, and there is her dog bowl, exactly where it usually is, like it hadn't just returned from some otherworldly challenge. While admittedly, this is minor compared to some of the posts on here, this sort of thing is happening a lot since I moved onto my current property. Things are constantly disappearing, although not all of them reappear. I know where I live used to be a Native American territory, and I just discovered that I'm near a ley line. Maybe that's why. Hey guys, so I'm a relatively new member, but I lurked hard the past few days as I'm highly interested in this kind of stuff. This happened about 5 years ago now, but I still think about it to this day and thought that I'd share. I was raised in a really logical and rational household. My mom was a science major with a minor in stats, and my dad was a computer science major. So they aren't very easily fooled by things and always have a rational explanation for weird coincidences and events that have happened to us in our lives. But there is one instance that none of us, my mom, dad, sister, and myself, can explain to this day, other than something else is going on behind the scenes, so to speak. Back in 2016, when I was 17, my younger sister was 14, just for reference. My grandfather passed away. Obviously, it was a tragic time as we were very close with him. On top of that, we had a family vacation to travel out west to BC planned, but we decided to cancel it due to the situation. Well, thankfully, we had bought travel insurance. This happened around mid-July, and we were utterly worn out by the funeral and expenses and taking care of family flying in and multiple wakes that we had to arrange just to fit everyone in the small building. Around mid-August, my mom and dad said, "Screw this," and that we need to take this vacation and just spend some quality time with each other away from the stress after all the dust had settled. So a week later, we flew out to the West Coast. The trip was amazing, but there were many times that we thought of our grandpa, especially among the beautiful scenery out there. One morning, we went for a long hike and decided to stop at this lake for a swim to cool off. My dad is a really private person and always hides our valuables, so when we changed into our bathing suits, he folded up the cash he had in his pocket, which included $73, 70 in bills and a loonie and a toonie, and slid it into the left foot of his running shoes, which he then placed in the trunk and locked the car. We swam and had a good time, and when it was time to leave, he gave me the keys and asked my sister and I to grab his shoes, reminding us to care for the money in his left shoe. We got to the car, and the first thing I did was open the trunk to check his shoes, and imagine my panic when my hand was met with no cash. All that was left in the shoe was the loonie and toonie. My sister and I spent a solid 15 minutes looking for the cash, thinking it had dropped somewhere. After a while, my parents came looking for us as we hadn't returned. We told my dad that the money was gone, and he, of course, told us that it was impossible. And the four of us spent the next hour taking the car apart, looking for this money. We even took the soles out of his shoes and everything, checked every pocket of every clothing article, the whole works. After that hour, we gave up and decided to head back to the hotel. One thing I distinctly remember was my dad grumbling about the loonie and toonie being there, but not the bills, and shoving the coins in his shorts pocket. My dad was furious with us all day because the only explanation would be that either my sister or I had lost his money or stolen from him, which we obviously didn't. There was no need for it. Around 4:30 p.m., we decided to head over to this kangaroo sanctuary and check out the animals to lift everyone's spirits. We got to the sanctuary and had to kill some time because it didn't reopen until 5 p.m., so we sat on picnic tables outside just chatting. My dad stood up to stretch his legs and said, I gotta untie my shoe now. My foot is itchy as hell." He stands up, takes his left shoe off, and the $70 cash fall right out of his shoe. My whole body was covered in goosebumps, and we all were in shock. Even writing this now, I still get goosebumps. The thing that made me sure something glitchy happened was the fact that along with the cash, the loonie and toonie fell out of his shoe as well. When he had taken them from the shoe this morning and put them in his pocket. We told him to check his pockets. He turned them inside out, and there were no coins in them at all. Empty. My mom burst into tears and said it must have been my grandpa, as he was always a trickster with us. We still talk about it to this day, like, wow, wasn't that insane? No one can explain it still, but I just know that we all had the same feeling of something we couldn't understand was occurring, and we all felt the presence of my grandpa that day.
This happened 2 nights ago. I'm home visiting my parents, who have a 1-year-old dog, reddish-brown pitty mix, and I brought my dog, a 3-year-old black schnauzer mix. My dog always starts in bed with me. Then we'll often move to another room. But my parents' puppy seems to have fallen in love with me and my dog, so he tries to sleep in bed with me too. I try to get my dog in my room at bedtime, then shut the door. But on this night, I was super tired and too lazy to coax my dog to my room, so I just left the door open. About 10 minutes later, both dogs hop up in bed, my dog at the foot of my bed, and parents' dog next to me up by the other pillow. So, I woke up around 2 a.m. needing to pee. No dog next to me, but still a dog at the foot of my bed, which I assume is my dog. As I leave to go to the bathroom, I shut my door so my parents' dog will stay out and my dog will stay in. I should note that I'm pretty nearsighted and didn't put on my glasses to go pee, so I'm not 100% sure what I saw, but as I was sitting on the toilet, I see a reddish dog head push the bathroom door open and pant and smile at me. I say hi to the dog, then finish up and go to the sink to wash hands. When I turn back around, the dog is gone, and I figure he went off somewhere to go back to sleep. So I go back to my room, crawl into bed, and reach down to give my dog some pets, when I realize it's my parents' dog at the foot of my bed. Which means he couldn't have been the dog I saw peeking through the bathroom door. Is it possible it was my dog? Yes, although my dog is black and this dog looked reddish-brown. It's also unusual for my dog to push the door open with his nose. He can do it, but usually prefers to sit outside the door he knows I'm behind and wait. Also, yes, I wasn't wearing my glasses, and it was the middle of the night, but I'm still 90% certain that it was my parents' dog who peeked in at me, which is impossible, since he was behind a door that he'd have to pull to open, and that was still closed when I returned to my room.
This happened a couple of days ago, and I still can't explain. Me and my boyfriend watched Saw, did a 3-day rental from Amazon, and then we fell asleep about halfway through. The next day, we wanted to finish it, but the rental wasn't there. You get 24 hours to finish a movie once you've started, and this was much less than 24 hours later. I looked, and I didn't get charged for it either. It literally never happened. The weirdest part is that we both remember watching the movie. We remember the jigsaw guy, and we remember there being an escape room type of thing. We both remember there being different levels that they had to escape from, and someone died at every level. We both remember there being a few girls, a few guys, and I think one of them was Chinese. I looked up the plot of Saw to see if we really did watch it, and in the Wikipedia article, it sounded like what we remember watching. So we put it on again, and it was completely different. It was nothing like what we remembered, and we both remember the same thing. But I still can't figure out what we really watched. I don't have anything in my order's history. I guess maybe we just don't remember it because we were really sleepy. But how did we remember the same thing? Neither of us had ever seen any of the Saw movies. There's no way we just blended parts together from all of them. We were looking for a series to get into and decided on Saw, and I vividly remember saying that we should start at the beginning. I've been trying to look at the trailers for all the movies suggested here, And so far, none of them are what we remember. We never searched for the movie because we found it from the recommended page. I've Googled the things we remember, and nothing. I've checked my order history on Amazon and my bank account every day since it happened. And my boyfriend doesn't have Amazon. We look through our Netflix and Hulu history, and it's not there either. The only thing that makes sense at this point is that we fell asleep and didn't actually watch it, but still, why the hell do we both remember watching the same thing when we never actually watched anything? In early 2019, I found a hairstylist that I'm very loyal to. I visit him every 6 weeks or so, minus the few months that everything was completely shut down. It had been a bit longer this time due to some personal situations, probably about 2.5 months. Needless to say though, I visited him over a dozen times, and each time we spend 2 to 3 hours with each other, chatting as he does my hair. I look mostly directly at him or at him in the mirror as we talk. Last week, I went in for my scheduled appointment. I look around as I check in, but I don't see him. Oh well, I assumed he's in the back or something. After a few minutes, a man calls my name. I look up to see an unfamiliar face. He leads me to his chair and asks how my son and I are, and a few other more personal things that I'd shared before. This man didn't look in the slightest bit familiar to me. Sure, his hair was longer and he had facial hair, which my stylist didn't have before. But that wasn't it. He didn't have the same facial features that I remembered, not even close. He looks like an entirely different ethnicity. His eyes were bigger, and his bone structure looks drastically different. He still had the same general body type, so it wasn't a product of losing or gaining weight. And I felt incredibly unsettled. The other stylist called him by name a few times, and he responded. He knew previous things we talked about, and that I hadn't had with another male stylist at this salon before. I have had dissociation episodes in the past, but this was not that. I knew where I was, it looked familiar, and I was very cognizant. I felt no anxiety or anything, other than just a weird sinking feeling about the situation, and definitely no alcohol or drugs.
First of all, I'm sorry if my writing is a little bit hard to read. I'm not a native English speaker. Back when I lived with my parents, through high school and college, and until I moved out at age 23, I had my own computer room and office, adjacent to the family room. I had the habit of playing games on the computer until very late at night on weekends, sometimes up to 3 or 4 a.m. My father would often watch TV in the family room until late, although he would usually go to sleep much earlier than me. The TV was on the same wall that my computer desk was pushed against, and on the same wall, next to my desk on one side, and the TV on the other side, was my door. So, even though he turned the volume way down as to not bother my mother sleeping upstairs, I could still hear it pretty well, even with the door closed. I'd know when my dad was still awake or if he'd gone to sleep, depending on whether or not I could still hear the TV when I took my headphones off. If he was asleep, most of the time I would also hear him snore. He is a very loud snorer. Way louder than any noises the TV makes. Even at full volume, you can't miss it. On some nights, though, I'd get off the computer, hearing the TV still on, with the lights from the family room shining from under the door, wondering why and how my father still wasn't gone to sleep. Then I'd open the door to darkness and complete silence. I'd probably have brushed it off as my imagination playing tricks on me if it had only happened once or twice. But this was a frequent occurrence, sometimes up to a few times a week over the course of over 7 years until I moved out. Many times I would wait before leaving the room, focusing on the sounds I've heard. It was loud enough that I could distinctly make out the usual mixture of sounds coming from a movie. A bunch of different male and female voices, laughter, screams, cars, music, gunshots, explosions, you name it. I would watch the light coming from under the door, either solid and strong like a room's lights being on, or soft and flickering like a movie playing in the dark. Also, I would hear no snoring whatsoever. A few times I pressed myself against the door to listen more closely, too. But each time, as soon as I even slightly opened the door, it would instantly stop. Instead of light was nighttime darkness, and instead of soft TV sounds would be the loud snoring from my dad. I've never been able to explain this odd phenomenon. I do not believe this is related to ghosts or other types of paranormal activity. It was never accompanied with unusual feelings or other strange occurrences either. To me, it feels like the area's ambient sounds failed to refresh or update until I moved to a different area, if that makes sense.
I'm posting this as much to vent my thoughts as to also make a public record, because I want to see if it happens again and document it if so. I live with a relative. She has an empty perfume bottle made of glass that sits on the fireplace for decorative purposes. Her favorite color is purple, and favorite stone is amethyst. She likes this particular bottle because it's purple, and she's convinced the fake cabochon on the top is amethyst. Except for last night when the bottle was blue. I just had my second COVID vaccination and slept through the day. Consequently, it was about 4 a.m. and I was making myself a meal. I got incredibly sick from the first dose, so I expected the same this round. But in fact, I've been just fine. The only symptom has been sleepiness. I got up to check on the potato skins and passed the bottle. I stopped, did a double take. What the hell? I told myself. This bottle is blue. I picked it up, examined it, held it up to overhead light. Blue. Sky blue. Kind of odd that my relative would buy a blue bottle, but I guess she does also like the color blue. The purple cabochon on the stopper was still purple and noticeably contrasted by the bottle. I distinctly thought to myself that it looked better colored blue, and I never really liked the purple. After a few moments, I put the bottle back down and continued making my meal. My memory must have been faulty, I figured. I ride the line somewhere between skeptic and believer, browsing a lot of spiritual or mystical content, but never really knowing which side of the fence my feet are planted. I often find it easy to explain away the experiences of others. And now, it's 6 p.m. I just went to fetch a towel from the freshly dried laundry so I can get a shower. Still surprised at how good I feel after my vaccine. And I passed the bottle. It's purple. What in the actual fucking fuck? I had to stop, closely examine it, take it to different rooms and check in different lights, hold it up to the sunlight from the window. It's fucking purple, dude. My relative asked me what I was doing, and I told her in very confused tones that the bottle was blue yesterday. I held it up to her. She paused for a few seconds, thinking, and then says, "Yeah, it was." What? Now, I should mention that my relative doesn't have the best memory, and it's entirely possible that she's created that memory of the bottle appearing blue because I mentioned it first. But at this point, I don't even know. She thinks that maybe it changes color. I suppose that's also a possibility. There's a glass that changes color, right? Is there? But I thought color-changing things are usually activated by things like heat and light. The bottle sits far back from any window, untouched by direct sunlight and also untouched by anyone most of the time, and the fireplace itself is never used, especially not in summer. So before I go get that shower, I have to post this. I've taken photos of the bottle in its current purple state, which I'll upload in a little while. I might also take a video clip and maybe take some brightly colored object with me for comparison. Tonight, I'm going to go back down and see if it changes. If it does, I'll take more photos, try it in some different lights, including a daylight simulating light bulb I have, see if that affects it. And if it doesn't change back to blue, I'm still going to keep an eye on it, since I can't think of any reason it would specifically happen at night or 2 nights in a row anyway. Maybe it'll never change again, and my memory is genuinely scrambled, but it's perfectly clear to me. It's only been about 14 hours, of course it's clear, and I don't sleepwalk or hallucinate or anything like that. All I can do is try to document this damn bottle. In the meantime, when I update this post, if anybody out there wants to try ID this item and where the hell it came from, that might yield some answers. Maybe it really is made of some weird color-changing material. I believe my relative bought it already empty from a second-hand charity shop, so there's no lead there. Edit 1. It's 3 a.m., and I'm going to check the bottle. I will take on second thought, I have a purple candle holder made of glass. I'll take that instead. Edit number 2. It's blue! It's freaking blue! What the hell? I'm going to look at it in some different lights and take photos. Edit number 3. Mystery kind of solved. I'm still extremely confused as to what the hell kind of magic color changing perfume bottle this thing is, but my experiment to try taking the bottle to different rooms proved to be the answer when I walked from the front room to the kitchen. In the light of the kitchen, which is brighter and slightly more cooler toned than the front room, the bottle immediately turned purple again. This is some real-life Penn and Teller shit. I don't even know what to say. What a wild ride. In the comment below, where I posted the original photos of the bottle, I will add the photos of the bottle turned blue, as well as a video I just took of it changing color when I moved between rooms. If anyone out there can find out exactly where this crazy perfume bottle came from, I mean the exact one, because I'm sure I haven't seen glass act like this before, I will be eternally grateful. Hope this random shenanigan made your day as interesting as it did mine. I was sitting at my computer and my girlfriend had gone upstairs to take a shower. The water pipe on the wall sprung a tiny leak like a water gun right onto my keyboard. Cue shouting about turning the shower off, her running down in a towel, and me grabbing the mop bucket and kitchen towels, and etc. She saw the leak and the water everywhere. All normal, right? Well, it took 2 days for the landlord to get the plumber out to us, 'cause of course, it did. And we avoided using any upstairs water, including flushing the toilet, showers, and etc. We washed our hands with bottles of water filled from the downstairs sink. Well, the plumber comes. First off, the mop bucket of water is dry as a bone despite having nearly 3 liters of water in originally, and me leaving it there in case the leak sprang again overnight. No way that much could have evaporated. This is an old cold Victorian brick house in the UK, and in winter, you couldn't evaporate a mug of water, let alone a bucket in that time. Anyway, we show him and his assistant where there is a huge water stain on the pipe where it leaked. Him and his assistant swear blindly that they can't see the stain. Me and my girlfriend are looking at this big off-colored patch about 1 inch square. I even touch it, and he touches just where I do. Neither of them can see what we see. His assistant goes upstairs to run the shower so he can find the leak, and nothing comes out. He tries the toilet, the basin, everything. Absolutely no leak. The plumber still wouldn't acknowledge this big brown stain, and I'm still trying to work out where the 3 liters of water from the mop bucket has gone to that was there the night before. The plumber obviously thinks we are weird, and they leave saying that they can't find any leak. I apologize for wasting his time. I'm English, so we apologize for everything. Me and my girlfriend show him out and say we will call if it comes back. We go back into the living room, and the brown stain on the pipe is completely gone. No evidence of there ever being a burst pipe. Me and my girlfriend still vividly remember this. I got soaked, my keyboard got soaked, some War Games minis I was painting and had on my desk got wet. It was a big deal to clean up. We had to keep the water away from my desktop on the floor. It really happened, but there was no evidence of it. To my knowledge, metal pipes with a pinhole leak under high pressure don't just seal themselves. What the hell? Was this a glitch or something else?
Hi. I've been a long-time lurker, and this is my first post because of some weird events happening to me and my boyfriend recently. We share a room in an apartment. It first happened about 2 months ago when I heard a phone buzzing, and it's not my phone, since I was holding it in my hand. I told my boyfriend to check his. He had his headphones on, but his phone was next to him, and it was in complete silence also. We both looked around the room while the sound went on, and we could pretty much pinpoint where the phone should be. It should be on our bed, about 1 meter to the left from where I was originally sitting, but there's nothing there. We don't have any other phone, and there's no room next to ours on that side of the room, so the closest one must be from our next door neighbor, which is rather impossible cause the buzzing was very clear and close, and we'd never heard our neighbor's phone, ever. The sound stopped after a while. It was after 9 p.m. and we were both completely awake. There was no explanation, so we literally just shrugged it off. We don't really believe in supernatural stuff. The second time this happened, my boyfriend was sitting alone in our room. He heard the buzzing again also, about 0.5 to 1 meters from his left. He was sitting at the working desk, and his phone was also in silence. My phone and I were not home. The third event happened a few nights ago, around 3 a.m. My boyfriend heard sound of a printer, which we've never owned. You know the sound when papers are being printed? He could also locate it clearly in our room, about 2 meters from our bed. I was sleeping, so he didn't want to wake me up and spook me. The odd thing is, the printer sound started having a rhythm after a while, like it's trying to play a song, his exact wording. My boyfriend is an atheist, but even he, after that night, when telling the experience to me using the description, harmless electric ghost, after that night, told me about the experience using the description, harmless electric ghost. We don't drink. At least one of us was completely awake at the time of the events. Our room is well ventilated. In the third one, both our windows were wide open. Our flatmate has 2 cell phones, but we never heard his phone, unless he was playing music on speaker. Downstairs lives an old lady. None of them has a printer. My boyfriend thinks it could be a ghost. I think it could be a parallel world situation, but both of us would be much happier with a reasonable explanation.
My dad usually finished work at 5 p.m., but this night, it was really busy and he rang to say he probably wouldn't be home until after 9 p.m. At around 7 p.m., I was inside our living room watching a football match with our dog snuggled up on the couch. Rest in peace, Jessie. My sister was in the kitchen doing her homework. We were the only 2 people downstairs as my mom was taking a shower and my brother was in his bedroom. To make it easier to follow, I'll describe what each of us heard as we were all in different parts of the house. Shortly after, I hear a key enter the front door. Our door can only be opened with a key from the outside, and the usual distinct sound of it opening. Jessie's ears perked up, and I remember being excited because this meant Dad was home, and we'd be able to watch the rest of the match together. Usually, when he arrived home from work, he would stick his head in, but I thought nothing of it because he was probably tired after his long day. About 30 seconds later, I hear this person start walking up the stairs. Like a lot of people, I can easily recognize footsteps, and this definitely sounded like the usual slow way my dad walks up the stairs. I thought no more of it and went back to watching the game. The stairs is in between the rooms where my sister and I both were, and she heard the same thing, as well as the front door sounds. My mom, who is still in the bathroom, hears the same footsteps, and when they reach the top of the stairs, she too assumes they're my dad's and shouts out, "Is that you, Niall? You're home earlier than you said," but gets no response. My brother hears all the same things and noticed how strange it was that my dad didn't reply to my mom, as he could hear who he thought was my dad in the landing standing outside the bathroom. He remembers there was about 30 seconds of silence until he hears more footsteps. This time, it's the sound of steps walking up the attic stairs, and he doesn't ever hear anyone walk down from the attic. Here's the thing. Dad never came home, even though everyone heard him open the door and walk up both flights of stairs. Mom ends up ringing his workplace, and he answers confirming that he is still at work. We're all freaked out by this stage. So much so my brother and I end up going to the attic together with a knife and a baseball bat because we thought there was an intruder. We never figured it out, and it was the only time something like that ever happen. This is not as crazy as some of the stories here, but I still feel weird about it. When I was in school, I used to be extremely close with this girl. We were best friends for the majority of my childhood and teenage years. But sadly, for several reasons, we lost contact when we went to college. Yesterday, I was looking through old photos on my phone and I found tons of pictures of us together. It kind of made me sad because I remembered how close we used to be, and now we don't even talk anymore. The last time we talked was almost 4 years ago. I started thinking about it and decided that I want to text her and catch up, but I felt awkward about it because it had been so long. When I was already on her chat thinking about what I should text, I suddenly get a call over WhatsApp, and I see that it's her. Before I could even answer, she already hangs up again. So I text her and ask if she called me. She says yes, and that it was by accident. I ask her how she's doing, and we start talking and catching up again. I didn't even think about it at first, but looking back, what are the odds that she'd call me in that exact moment after 4 years with no contact? So I work in a large building doing server maintenance. We, Team A, do repairs and parts we pick up in kits put together by another team, Team B. I got done with one of my runs on floor 4 and went into the elevator room to go down to floor 2. Outside the elevator room, I passed 2 employees from Team B that I recognized because I see them often. They were just standing by one of their carts talking. I went in, called the elevator. It was already on 4, so it just opened right up. Then I went down to floor 2. This is the only elevator on this side of the building. I get to floor 2, leave the elevator, and as I approach the door to leave the elevator room, the same 2 employees from floor 4 open the door and pull their big cart through the door and head to the elevator. There's no way that they could have made it several rooms away to the stairs, brought their cart down that many stairs, and made it back to the elevator room before me, all without breaking any sweat. I told another coworker who said that the same thing happened to her a few days ago, and there's been other strange things happening here to me and other people too. This place is whack. The elevator one happened last week, but yesterday, we had a fire alarm or drill and had to evacuate to the front lawn for a bit. I got out there and saw other people from my office, so I went and sat by them and opened up the group chat to see what was up. One of the girls I work with messaged it a minute or so later and asked what was going on. I thought that was weird because she was sitting like 2 people away from me, and I looked over, and she's not there anymore. I looked back at the chat and she said that she was working in the building next door and just saw all the lights and everybody outside, so she was checking up on us. I thought maybe it was just some other girl with the same hair and glasses that wandered off somewhere else while I wasn't looking, so I ignored it. I hadn't seen the coworker at all so far that day because I got in early and was working on a different floor all morning. But when we got the all clear and got back to the office, I saw her, and she was wearing the same clothes that I saw her wearing out on the lawn earlier. So there's no way that I could have known how she was dressed. I told her, and that's when she told me that the elevator thing happened to her a few days ago. Another girl I worked with messaged the chat a couple weeks ago if anyone else was in the floor or area that she was working in, and nobody was. She said that she heard someone behind her run past really fast with really loud steps, and she didn't know of anybody else nearby and didn't find anybody. And then a couple hours later, she said that the lights on the floor flickered and her music changed to a song that wasn't on her playlist. And it happened to be Tiptoe Through the Tulips, so she was thoroughly freaked out for the day. Fun fact, I was on a bathroom break when I wrote my comment, and directly after I posted it, the motion detector sink several feet away from me turned on for about 15 to 20 seconds before turning back off. Then about 2 seconds later, the motion detecting paper towel dispenser went off and spit out a paper towel. So yeah, something's up, and now I don't like working the weekend with only a couple other people. So just some backstory. My grandmother has Alzheimer's and dementia, but she still knows who I am and trusts me the most out of all the family. She was put into a care home in Brighton when she got too ill to live alone. I don't talk to my biological mother, but I'm really close to my gran and moved to Brighton, UK for university, so I could be near her to visit and care for her. Christmas of 2018, I, a female and 19, was in Leicester spending the holiday with my boyfriend's family. He was 20 at that time, as I don't really talk to my family. After a few days of having fun, I suddenly got this terrible feeling in my gut. I felt like I was going to throw up from the amount and the sudden bad feelings. I felt terrified and like I was in danger and panicked. Then, my nan came to mind, and I thought something was wrong with my nan. I was unable to call her as she doesn't like to use phones, but this feeling was so strong that I couldn't shake it. My boyfriend and I drove back to Brighton that night, and we arrived after midnight. And the following morning, I went to visit my nan at the care home to see if she was okay. When I arrived, I got told by the staff that my nan managed to escape from the home. This itself is impossible to do, as every door is locked or code locked, and my nan was being checked on every 5 minutes due to her health. After escaping, she obviously forgot where she was, walked across the road, knocked on a house, and told the homeowners that she was lost and scared and crying a lot. The police came and took her back, and she forgot it happened. She escaped and got scared the same time that I got all of the bad gut feelings. Ever since, I've always had a bad feeling when something has happened with my nan. Every time I listen to it and check on her. Luckily, nothing serious has happened, and she's still escaping care homes and giving staff the runaround. And luckily, the staff at the care home found it amazing and funny how my nan managed to escape a fully secure building in less than 5 minutes.
I'm visiting my parents with my 17-year-old son and don't have a coffee maker with me. So when I get off work on Monday, I stopped at Dunkin' Donuts and got a medium cold brew coffee, no ice. I sipped about 1/5 of the cup, and when I got to my parents' house, I put some ice in the coffee to top it off. Then we watched Netflix for a while, and around 12 a.m., I put the coffee in the refrigerator and pulled my water bottle out. The coffee was still almost full, and I wanted to save it for the morning. I woke up the next day and ran some errands. When I got home, the plan was to drink the coffee and write in my journal. When I went to the fridge, the coffee wasn't where I placed it. So I looked in the fridge door shelves, looked behind everything thinking it had been moved. Nothing. I then asked my dad, and he had no idea. He hadn't even been to the fridge yet. I asked my son, but he hadn't even left his room. He was still on the Xbox. Lastly, I was sure maybe my mom had pitched it in the trash thinking it was no good. She hadn't even seen it. So I looked in the garbage, and nothing. I dug through it thinking maybe she had a lapse in memory and threw it out and didn't remember. But no trace. Then I checked the outside bin. We got to the point of searching the whole house, every room, as well as the bathroom. Even my parents were helping me look everywhere for this rogue coffee. We were all perplexed. It was legit gone, and we couldn't explain it. I told my mom it must be a glitch in the Matrix, and then I explained that reference to her. I've never had anything like this happen before. And before you go start asking questions, my mom only drinks tea, no coffee. I have begged my son to try coffee, and he hates it. And my dad only has 1 cup a day, and it has to be hot. This was a cold brew, and he thinks iced coffee is gross. So no, I don't think anyone drank the coffee. It was midnight when I put it in the fridge, and everyone was getting ready for bed. This is a serious mystery.
Hi. I originally wasn't going to post this, but I haven't been able to get this event out of my head since a week ago when it happened. I, a 19-year-old female, have never done drugs or alcohol, and I'm not on any medication, so there's no way it was anything in that vein. Anyway, here's what went down. On Wednesday, July 7th, my mom sent me out to the store to get groceries. I left the house at exactly 12:34. I usually wouldn't take notice of the time, but I remember thinking, "Ooh, cool, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, because I looked at the time as I left, I looked at the time as soon as I parked in my garage. It was 1:40, and I put the groceries away and went to lie down. At this time, it was 1:50-ish, and I'm going to be rounding up a little because I stopped looking at the clock. As soon as my head hits the pillow, I'm finishing up a 15-minute video that I had been watching before I left home. There were about 7 minutes left, so it was around 2 at this time. Once the video is done, I get up to pee. While I'm on the toilet, I take out my phone and unlock the screen. Yeah, I use my phone on the toilet, okay? And I am flabbergasted. The clock reads 7 p.m. 7 on the dot. Once I finished up, I ran outside and sure enough, the sun was setting. All the clocks around the house read 7 p.m. and I wasn't sleepy. I hadn't slept. And I had finished the video and gone directly into the bathroom. I am so confused and it's driving me crazy, not knowing what happened. I tried asking my sister about it, and she just laughed, believed that I was lying or exaggerating. And I'm embarrassed to ask anyone else. This happened to me about 6 years ago while I was still in high school. I woke up one morning and my mom asked if I had been playing a video or listening to music in my room. I told her no, and she told me how she could hear what sounded like 2 men arguing when she was in the living room. She checked every room in the house except mine since she didn't want to wake me and couldn't find the source or hear the arguing. She took our dog out front and didn't find anybody and couldn't hear anything. Nothing in the backyard either. At that time, I brushed it off and I was super skeptical about the paranormal stories and believed that there was an explanation for everything. I told her, She probably heard our neighbors arguing and that they stopped when she went outside. Flash forward about 2 weeks later. I'm doing homework on my couch and start hearing two men arguing. It sounded muffled and almost like whoever was speaking was trying to be quiet. I couldn't make out what exactly was being said, but each guy sounded pissed. I went in my dad's office thinking that he left the TV on or his computer, but everything was off. I immediately got chills when I realized that I couldn't hear the voices from my dad's office. I went back in the living room, and the voices came back. I grabbed my baseball bat and checked the entire house. Nothing. Checked the front and the backyard. Nothing. Went back to the living room, and the voices came back. I thought it was weird that none of my dogs seemed to notice the voices. They would go crazy if they heard someone talking on the phone while walking past our house. Yet, they're all chilling. I was so freaked out that I sat on the back porch until my mom came home. And by then, the voices were gone. I never could explain it, and it's probably the creepiest event in my life.
My mum was at her mother's and a voice message came through the home phone. The message started out with a little background noise and some laughter, but then someone on the other side spoke in another language. At first this sounds like a scam or nothing too concerning, but when my mum heard it, she assumed it was me pranking my grandmother. To give some context as to why I would be the presumed culprit, the day before she went, I spoke gibberish to my dog to see what he would do. I kept it up the whole morning, so my mum heard enough of it to know what it sounded like. To give some insight of what it sounded like and the types of syllables it had, it was a mesh of Hindi and Spanish, so they shrugged it off and went on with their day. When my mom came home, she asked if I had left my grandmother a message, to which I denied and then asked her why. When she explained it to me, I was skeptical at first, especially since I was thinking it was just a prank call or foreign scam. However, she kept pressing me since I'm known to keep a joke going until it served its life. I kept denying it. I decided to call my grandmother to hear the voice message for myself. I called her, and the first thing she said was that she was caught off guard by my prank. Still denying the allegation, I decided to ask if she kept the voicemail. So she played it, and I was shocked. To give more insight, I have a very distinct southern accent and know what I sound like over the phone. When I heard my voice speaking an unknown language over the phone, it spooked me out a little. Not because it sounded like me per se. There is always a possibility there are other people who have a southern accent like mine and speak another language. It is a big world. The part that took me aback was the language being spoke sounded identical to the one I was speaking to my dog. A mixture of Hindi and Spanish. Except this one sounded much more fluent than what I spoke. After it ended, I had to deny a few more times until they believed me. And since it came through her home phone, there was no caller ID to be found. Now I just wonder what it could be, especially since the language and the voice sounded like mine.
The first one happened during the day around 5 p.m. I was at home with my boyfriend, minding my sister's two dogs, just watching TV in the living room. The front door opened and slammed shut, and my sister went running up the stairs. I knew it was her because she has the same routine every day. Same massive bang while closing the door and footsteps running upstairs to see her dogs. The two dogs were growling really bad, so I got up and called her name. No one answered, so I rang my parents to see were they home. They had just picked up my sister from work, and my brother was there with them, so it was just us at home. I shat myself, to be honest, while searching because whoever it was didn't come back downstairs, and no one was up there. When they got home about 30 minutes later, my sister slams through the door and runs up the stairs, and it really freaked me out, but I didn't know about glitches until I found this sub. My family believed me because they all had weird stuff happen in this house too. Second story is from a few years ago when I moved back home again in the same house. I was sleeping in the living room on an air mattress at that time, and I was going to bed. When I opened the door, my legs hit something shin height that I couldn't move past. I automatically thought it was the table that I sometimes move to block the door. So I turned on the light, and the table was on the other side of the room, and there was nothing blocking my way at all. So, my fiance was driving the car, and I was the passenger. I always have a pair of sunglasses in the car and another pair in my purse. The sun was shining, so I took my sunglasses from the car. Except, it wasn't the one from the car. It was the sunglasses from my purse. I took an extra look at them because I was very confused. I might have switched them at some point without realizing it. So I put them on and I start looking for the other sunglasses. And they are not in the car. We reached our destination and I took my sunglasses off. But now, it's the right one. The sunglasses that I have in the car. So at some point, a glitch happened where my sunglasses was switched. Then while wearing it, it glitched back to the right one. I know it's a small glitch, but the experience was kind of scary.
I personally can't go to sleep without noise, so I've gotten into the habit of listening to podcasts through my AirPods when I go to bed. I tend to move around a lot in my sleep, so they usually fall out of my ears at night. One night, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was woken up by the sound of my AirPod rolling around the small crack between my bed frame and the wall. I didn't want to get up to pick it up, so I just thought, oh well, I'll get it when I wake up for school in a few hours. When I woke up to look for it, it wasn't on the floor where I thought it had fallen, so I just guessed it was in between the mattress and frame, or rolled up in the covers or something. When I got home from school, I tried to look for it. It was nowhere to be found. I flipped over every part of my bed to look for it and even called my mom in for help. They were gone. I gave up looking for it and kind of just assumed I had lost it somewhere else. A couple of days ago, I'd gotten up in the middle of the night for a midnight snack, which was a bag of Takis, which had also fallen in between the crack of my bed frame and wall. When I got up to look for them, the same thing happened. When I flipped over everything, I couldn't find them. And lastly, today, as I was going to take a shower, I left my necklace on the edge of my bed. It fell through the crack, and this time I visually saw it, so I went to go take my shower and would come back to look for it once I was done. And I did the same thing. I flipped some stuff over, and I couldn't find it. I called my dad in to help me shake around my bed frame a couple of times, and I still couldn't find it. This marks a total of 3 things that have been lost in the exact same place.
So my adult daughter and I had a falling out. She had been staying here and left on kind of bad terms. I had to call the police, but we are all good now. I was home alone and I had been sitting on the couch, got up, and dropped my phone. I heard it fall on the floor and I knew where it was, or worst case, under the couch a bit. But it landed right in front of the couch. I didn't look for it because I was focused on something else, and I had found a favorite book of poetry from my childhood. Not a kid's book, but one that a friend and a teacher had given me that he had written. He was part of my gifted class stuff. I had decided to go out in my hammock in the yard and read it. I found a poem that just fit my feelings. So I decided to kind of be shitty and write out this poem on Facebook. I know, petty, but I was in my feelings. So I went in to get my phone and it was not on the floor. I looked all over for it, under the couch, in my robe, all of it. And eventually I was like, okay, I get it. I'll go back to my book and I'll read and I will not be petty. But I want my phone back. Yes, I said all of this out loud. So I go back out, relax, finish my book, and go about my day. Phone is still nagging at me. I looked around again, demanded my phone back. Well, that went nowhere. So I decided to make a deal. I said, okay, you can keep my phone for the night, but I need it by 11 a.m. when I'm ready to leave for work. And I went on about the day and went to bed. Now mind you, I looked everywhere, in my car 3 times, floors, under seats, in my phone holder, and I took my computer around the house, called myself on Facebook, in the house, out of the car, and in the car. Nowhere. It does not exist. Next morning, I'm casually looking for my phone and look in the car one more time. Fuck it. I said until 11 a.m. I went back in and did morning stuff, needed to go to the quick E-Mart across the street, so I drive over. Now, you can't look out the front of the car without seeing the phone holder. It's in the middle of the dashboard standing up, and I looked at it and said, gosh, it would be nice if my phone just appeared there. I went in the store, got my stuff, and came out, and as I am backing up, I look at the phone holder again and said that I wish it would appear there. I go home, get ready for work, and it's 10:30, and I said, look, you have half an hour and I am not playing. Half hour goes by, and I take a quick walk through the house and it's 11:15, and I have to leave for work with no phone. You have to have your phone at my job, and I would just have to use the house phone if there was an emergency. I went outside, got in my car, shut the door and put the key in. And I looked straight at my dead phone and the phone holder. The car was locked. It was not on the ground and someone put it there, and I will tell you why I know this. I have a very particular way that I set my phone in the holder so that I can reach the button in the back without the holder in the way. I have to perch it up higher, and my phone was in exactly the right position in a locked car. I looked at it and I was just stunned into silence. I said thank you quietly, went in, got my charger, and didn't say or think a word until I got into work and tried to tell my coworker. She got creeped out and didn't want to talk about it. So yeah, that's my story. And yes, before anyone asks, my carbon monoxide detector works just fine, and I just happen to live in a haunted house or a vortex. But both are possible. I used to live in Florida in New Tampa, It was the suburb section right outside of university area. I lived with a friend of mine, and one day, I borrowed her truck to go to 7-Eleven right by her house to get a sugar-free Red Bull. So I pull up to the 7-Eleven that's about 2 minutes away from her house, the one that I always go to. I go inside, grabbed my Red Bull, and got in line. It felt like it took forever, which I never mind. I always fill the wait time with a little reading, usually, but this time, I felt like I was standing in that line so long that my feet actually started to hurt. It was weird. The second I was about to put my drink down and leave, it was my turn to pay, and finally, I was out the door. Here's where the weird part comes in. There is another 7-Eleven about 8 minutes away from my friend's house, and that is the 7-Eleven that I walked out of. I opened the door walking out as I was looking at my phone. I looked up, and I was at the 7-Eleven that was 8 minutes away from my friend's house. But I just went into the one that was 2 minutes away from her house. I wasn't drunk, I don't even drink, no drugs, and I wasn't overly tired or sick. It was real. I somehow walked into one 7-Eleven and walked out of a different one. So, I called my friend and told her something weird just happened, and she started yelling at me. "Where have you been? I've been worried sick." And I'm like, what? I felt like I was only gone for a few minutes, and not even long enough to go all the way to that other 7-Eleven. I knew the line was kind of long and it took a minute to get through, but I felt like it didn't take longer than that. I hadn't gotten around to telling her that I felt like I went to one 7-Eleven and came out another one. And she tells me that I have been gone for a couple of hours. So I told her that I would talk to her when I got back to her house. I got in her truck, I backed out of the parking spot, put the truck in drive to pull away. And when I looked up, what? I was pulling away from the 7-Eleven that was 2 minutes away from her house. So from there, I didn't look down or away from the road at all. I sped back to her house, and when I got back to her house, I called her from the driveway and told her that I was there. And she said, "No, you're not. I'm outside waiting for you." I was in the same parking spot that I always use. Nothing changed. It was the same thing, and I did almost every day. At this point, I started to panic a little bit, so I pulled the truck out, put it in drive, drove around the apartment complex, and back to her house. I went a different way, which ended in my friend's driveway, and she was out there with my kids and her kids. I asked how long they've been outside there, and she said for about an hour. I went inside and looked through my Google Maps activity, and it showed that I had driven 31 miles away and then back. But I never stopped for the Red Bull according to my Google Maps. I was sitting there and drinking it. My mileage and gas tank said otherwise. A couple of weeks later, I got a vehicle and decided to move in with my now husband, and I've never had that problem again. My friend won't even let me talk about it. It horrified her, and I think I'm just chalking it up to an unexplained scientific thing.
I have an art studio room in a spare bedroom in my house where I spend most of my time. The lighting is very important. 3 months ago, the hive bulb I was using blew, so I rummaged around to find a new bulb under the sink in the house. I switched it out and put the hive bulb on the bookshelf. The new one had been in for about a week. It was dull, and the light was all wrong, so I bought 2 new bulbs from ASDA last night and changed it, putting the old bulb next to the hive bulb, and worked in the 100-watt light for about an hour before going to bed at midnight. At 1 a.m., I realized I left something in the studio and went back in, but the light didn't go on. I figured the new bulb had blown, and I thought to switch it in the morning. This morning I come in. I tried the light switch, but it obviously still didn't work. I reached up and took out the blown bulb, only to find it was the hive bulb that was installed, and not the new ASDA bulb. I sound like the most boring person in the world talking about light bulbs, but I don't know how this could happen. The hive bulb was broken. It wasn't even the last bulb that was installed. I was working with the 100-watt bulb installed for over an hour. I remember clearly thinking it was so bright. Literally, 20 minutes ago, I took out with my bare hands the hive bulb. There is no mistake here. The hive bulbs look and feel different. Plus, I just tested both the ASDA bulbs, and they both work perfectly, meaning the light should have worked when I switched it on at 1 a.m. There is one other person who lives in my house, and she was in bed with me at midnight. She didn't leave the bedroom. I just want to know, has anyone ever experienced this before?
I wanted to write this just a few hours after it happened, so I don't have false memories and I can look back on it later on. I'm usually a very rational person and hate this website, to be honest, for what it had become over the past few years. But I wanted to write this for me just so I can look back on it. So, pretty much I am homeless at the moment, and while I go looking for housing, I'm staying in usually shitty hotels. While I wait to find a place to move into, I have money saved up so I don't have to literally live on the streets. Long story short, I got out of rehab and relapsed quickly and was staying in sketchy hotel rooms for a few days at this point. Since then, it has been about 5 days, and just today, I finally saw something that I couldn't explain. Just for clarity, I have a massive tolerance to alcohol and have control how drunk I get. I don't hallucinate or have crazy dreams. I don't dream at all while using, and I don't have false memories or memory loss. Yet, I'm only 28. Okay. So I was at 7-Eleven after drinking myself to above a buzz, but not drunk at all, which for myself is quite a lot of shitty malt liquor. The chip in my debit card is broken, so I have to either hope the store I go to either has a system in quick entering the chip and failing enough times triggers me to swipe it, or just order everything online. 7-Eleven system never prompts you to swipe, and if you try, it will just forever say, "Wait for cashier," and it will be declined every time. Pissed off that I couldn't get my cigarettes at around 2 in the morning, I was about to leave when a young Hispanic kid, about 25, asked if I had Cash App and if I knew that I could just add funds to a virtual card and use my phone to pay for items. He helped me set it up and eventually buy my cigarettes, and I thanked him and gladly sent him $5 on Cash App for the help. We talked outside and smoked, and I found out that we were both staying at the hotel at about 50 feet from the 7-Eleven. He told me his room number and asked if I did other drugs, and I declined. He was also homeless and staying at hotels. I told him my room number and wished him good luck. Later that night, I get a knock on the door. I open it, and it's the kid asking me if I had a charger that he could borrow. For a number of reasons, I was not too trusting of this guy, but I was in a good mood, and he seemed like a good kid. So I let him borrow it because I knew he was staying just a few doors down. Or so he said. I woke up at around 8 a.m. and realized that he never tried to give me my charger back. I knocked on the door for the room he told me he was residing in, and there was no answer. I just assumed that he stole it, and that I was being a naive idiot, which I usually am guilty of being because of my faith in people. I had to go buy a shitty charger at 7-Eleven because my phone was dying and was pretty pissed off at that time. Fast forward to today, in a different hotel miles away from the other. I don't know this guy and don't have his phone number or anything. I was looking for something in my suitcase and pulled out the same charger that I lent the dude that I met at 7-Eleven. Bulk and Lightning made for the iPhone 12. I couldn't believe my eyes. The only way this would have been possible is if he lied to the front desk of the ghetto hotel, telling him that he owned to a room and lost his key and then snuck in and put it back. I never black out with my tolerance, and I wasn't taking any benzos either, which will make anyone forget the entire day or weeks if mixed with alcohol. This is just one of those unexplainable things that I've seen in my life. Like, what the fuck happened? When I first started my job, I got into a conversation with a lady in the office next door to mine. She told me that at lunch, she liked to close her office door because she had celiac disease and certain foods gave her terrible indigestion. She seemed embarrassed by it, but I understood. Often, I would hear her spraying Lysol in her office before opening the door again. More recently, I developed severe food allergies. I didn't know I had them and ate some shrimp on my birthday. Once home, I went into anaphylaxis, though at that time, I didn't know that's what was happening. I had an NDE and fell out of my body and floated around several times. I fought my way through it and eventually recovered. Later on, I discovered that I had also developed gluten intolerance. I recalled that gluten intolerance was similar to celiac, so one day, I decided to ask my coworker if her celiac had started out as gluten intolerance and also what other symptoms she had with celiac. When I asked her, she looked at me very strangely and said she didn't have celiac disease. I reminded her of the conversation we had before, but she didn't remember it. She said once she thought that she might have had celiac, but a trip to her doctor confirmed that she didn't. I was stunned and could only assume that she was lying, but I couldn't figure out why. Listening to glitch videos online, I learned that NDEs are often connected with glitch experiences. It suddenly dawned on me that it had been a very long time since my coworker had closed her office door for lunch. She also didn't spray Lysol in her office like she used to. It seemed that all of these things had changed after my NDE. When I came out of my body, did my old timeline leave me behind? When I panicked and jumped back into my body, did I also jump into a new timeline? Maybe my coworker wasn't lying. Maybe this new version of her didn't have celiac after all.
Stuck in a loop. Something unexplainable happened to me and a friend today. Spent a few hours looking for answers when I stumbled upon this page, and with much comfort found I'm not alone. This is my first post and I'm not a whiz at writing, so thank you to anyone who sticks with me. It was another shift at work. The start time is at 6 and it's just me and my good friend, both mid-20s. So when lunch rolled around, we decided to leave and get fast food. We get into my truck and he gets a call from his wife. She was just checking up on him. After that, I pull out of the parking lot and down the 1-mile access road to the plant. As we are driving 38 miles per hour, I know the speed because the job put one of those radars that alerts you to your speed. The limit is 35. I look over to him and ask, "Does it seem like we've been driving forever?" He then explodes with, "Yes, we have listened to at least 4 of these songs from the album." At this point, my heart starts beating quicker and I get very uncomfortable. I look up and just in front of us, I see the exit. But as I get closer, it gets further away. I started to get sick to my stomach. It was as though my truck was running on a treadmill. He looks over at me in distress and says, "Are we dead?" My mind races and I start running through scenarios. Did I wreck the truck and we are unconscious? Did I even wake up for work this morning? Is this a dream? Did something fall on me at work and kill me? What is happening? I don't know what made it stop, but finally we made it to the exit and I pulled over at the dollar store. I had to get air. When I stepped out of the truck, my legs buckled and I started to gag. I needed to throw up. Frantically started to think, and I asked, "Check what time your wife's call ended." 12 minutes had passed. For reference, when I returned, I timed the drive and it took 2 minutes and 12 seconds. We returned to work very unnerved. 4 hours later, it was time to go home. At 4 p.m. I was nervous. I did not want to get stuck again. He went out first and I followed. I was timing it again. Everything was going fine until we got to the exit, the spot where we were previously stuck. He pointed out the truck to the left, and when I looked over on the fence sat a white owl. He called me to confirm that I was seeing it too. Just looking for answers. Update. Please realize that I'm back at work today, so I don't have all the time to make a detailed post like yesterday. But I do want to thank everyone for your support and concern. I'll answer as many questions as I can remember reading. First, I also thought it may have been CO2 poisoning. That is why I'll be buying a detector after work today. Unfortunately, I'm in a position where I can't just go to the doctor. It's hard to explain, but say I didn't have poison and it gets reported back to the facility I work at, the incident I had at work and failed to report it, or that my mental state was no longer suitable for my position. I will update with the results with the detectors. I'm honestly hoping that is what it is. Second, I was asked to look at my Google Maps travel info. Mine was unfortunately off. Never been a fan of being tracked. Although my friends had one, I wish it hadn't been. When we opened up the app and looked at the information from yesterday, it shows his routes that he made to and from work, but it does not show us leaving for food. Then it has an error message that has a 15 minutes discrepancy. Goosebumps ensured. I don't think he is comfortable talking about it anymore, but I will try and get a screenshot and upload it. I called my father last night to discuss what happened and get some form of comfort. He's a preacher, not sure if relevant. But when I tried to tell him the story, our phones kept dropping the call. Today, when our work group of about 6 people were back, we decided to share our story. And when we started, the building's alarm went off. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be sharing my story, but I'm also not scared. I'm also totally willing to accept that the owl, drop calls, alarms, Google glitch could be a perfect storm of coincidences. I cannot get over the feeling of being trapped and the unexplained missing time. Please keep giving me ideas to explore.
So I used to work in a bar, and although our shift started around 7 p.m., it was quite common for us to get there around 5 p.m. to get everything ready, since we were quite a small team. After everything was ready, we changed clothes and chatted until customers started to come. Since it was just me, a girl, and our boss, she and I had this kind of deal to just opening the door when we were both ready, unless a customer came knocking before that. One day, I got ready first and took the time to text my girlfriend while my co-worker was getting ready. So I was all distracted when I heard someone on the door. I looked from where I was and couldn't see anyone through our stained glass door. But I went to open it anyway, just to find out that there was no one outside. And then, I swear to God, I heard a not yet, right in my left ear. That scared the hell out of me. So I walked away from the door, feeling somewhat sick for what seemed like forever. And then I heard the same knock on the door, but this time, there was a guy waiting there. At that point, the co-worker showed up and I asked her to serve that guy since I really needed to sit down. But then I took my phone and realized that it all happened in like 2 freaking minutes. Anyway, I hope I have been clear. I tend to be quite detailed with this particular story because I have already reconstructed it in my head like a million times. I still can't explain what happened that day since I got to open the door and there was no one there. I can't even say where that customer came from, and I keep wondering if I even opened the door. But deep down, I know I opened it, and I still feel quite uncomfortable when I remember the voice. So, has anyone ever experienced something similar? So, it finally happened to me, just now tonight, and I'm trying to still process this, so I'm sorry if this is slightly jumbled. So me, my mother and my grandfather and our 3 dogs all live together in a 2-story townhome currently. Me and my grandma are sitting on the couch downstairs watching TV, and my mom decides to take her dog for a potty walk. I had taken mine recently, so they didn't need it. So just some backstory on my mom's dog. She is very reactive on a leash. She barks at everything on walks, but absolutely loses her shit at other dogs. My mom is working on this, and she's got bad during lockdown. Me and my grandma hear my mom's dog start barking outside in the distance, and we both comment on how they must have run into another dog. But before anyone asks if you're unfamiliar with dogs have very distinct barks. I can always tell which one of our 3 is barking, and when I have one of my dogs at doggy daycare, where I work, with 40 other dogs, I know when mine is barking. Anyways, so we're watching an hour-long show, and my mom had taken her dog for a walk near the beginning of the episode. At some point during the episode, we hear a dog collar jingling outside, and my 2 dogs still home with us start growling and huffing. This is also the time when we hear my mom's dog barking outside. I focus on calming them down and keeping them quiet. My mom's dog doesn't have a tag on her collar, so it wasn't her. The episode ends and the next begins. About 5 to 10 minutes into the show, my grandma comments that my mom has been gone for a long time and is starting to worry about her. And I agree that she's been gone a while, but my mom loves walks and hikes, and her dog will protect her, so I'm not really worried. We also just moved into this home, so I figure that she's sorta exploring to see what new walking paths she can find. Typical of my mother, really. We live in a very safe suburban area. I decide to go upstairs and change into my pajamas at this point, and I get 4 steps up when my mom appears at the top of the stairs. I freeze and I say, What the fuck? When did you get home? She responds that she's been home and in the bathtub for a long time. I peek around the stairs and say to my grandma that Mom is upstairs and has been in the tub this whole time. My grandma is floored. I turn back to my mom and ask how long she's been home. She says that she's been in the bathtub a long time, but she isn't sure how long exactly it's been. Here are the things that don't make sense. From where I'm sitting on the couch, the front door is at my 10 o'clock, and I'm very sensitive to motion in my peripheral vision. I can't not look when I see some movement. And my dogs both love my mom and her dog, so whenever they come home, they get really excited and go run to greet them without fail. My mom's dog is the type to greet everyone in the house to lick and see who will pet her. We also have a place near the door to the garage that is a basket for our keys and sunnies with hooks below where we hang the dog leashes. The layout of this place means that when you walk in the front door, if you take one step sideways to the left, you're at the foot of the stairs. If you walk straight, there's a hallway along the length of the stairs before it opens to the living room, and the door to the garage is at the end of that hallway, closer to the living room than the front door. After I saw my mom, I glanced at the place where we hang our leashes, and sure enough, her dog's leash was hanging there, which means she would have entered the front door, walked down the hallway to hang the leash, and walked back up the hallway to get to the stairs to go upstairs for her bath. Her dog is also the type to follow my mom everywhere, and is 55 pounds, so she's not a light girl, and you can hear her when she's walking on tile. All the while, my grandma, myself, and both my dogs would not notice her or her dog during this, and I have no idea how this happened.
Hi people, another glitch story I believe. I was on my way to work and it was somewhere around 10 p.m. After a few traffic lights, I noticed a car getting a little too swerve happy. I paid more attention to it because, as much as I hate being a snitch, I would feel guilty if someone died or got hurt from a drunk driver. I mean, it was borderline 911 call worthy. It started to seem better, so I decided to pass them and get to work. When I get beside them, I noticed it was two young ladies probably having fun for the night. I got in front of them as we were making our way up the Roosevelt Bridge that crossed the river. I watched them in my rearview mirror briefly, and they seemed fine enough to drive. When I got to the traffic light at the bottom of the bridge, I looked in the mirror and didn't see them. So I turned to look. No sign of them. It is a river cross, so there is nowhere to turn off. I feared that they just crashed up on the bridge, so I did an illegal U-turn on the red light to the northbound side. I didn't see them when I was driving back. There was a 4-foot or so concrete barrel between the north and southbound side, so I didn't think that they could have accidentally crossed over, and there was a sidewalk and barricade on the other side that would mean that they couldn't have fallen into the river. I got back to my side of the traffic, finding it weird, but my mind was already trying to rationalize it. The light turns green. I started to go when I saw the two ladies in the car coming off the same bridge and taking left. I was kind of intrigued and actually not as freaked out as I should have been, because it wasn't enough proof that I witnessed anything like a glitch, but I should have been suspicious of it. I try to think of every possible way I missed something, but I can't think of any. I swear, after getting into glitch stories, it seems to be happening more often. Or maybe it's always been this way, and we just weren't conscious of it until now. I honestly don't know, but it happened.
So half the posts that I read here sound like bullshit and barely make much sense, almost like critical thinking is gone. But the story I'm about to share, my ego has difficulty accepting even with multiple validations. I may split this into 2 posts, and with that said, I also believe the circumstances after the fact would support multiverse theory, and this is only one instance. Things like this happen frequently to me, but enough intro. Here's what happened. So, I have always been the type of person interested in technology, saving money, and tinkering with shit. Always worked on my own vehicles, repaired my televisions and cracked phones, and etc. I grew up on video games, sci-fi, dirt bikes, and all that stuff. And I used to make money off junk piles, so for me, to build an HHO generator wasn't a surprise to anyone I know. If you don't know, HHO is the result of separation of hydrogen and oxygen from water, and it is generally done through electrolysis. One night in November about 5 years ago, I was in my shop working on a fuel cell that I was intending on putting on my truck. I wanted to test the stainless plates that I had wielded, and I had it in a 5-gallon bucket with a screw-on style heavy-duty sealing lid, the wiring coming out the top, and a hose for the gas to escape. Now, hydrogen itself is flammable, but isn't all that dangerous to store or transport. But with 2 oxygen molecules, it then becomes extremely volatile. Doesn't take much to create that bond back into water. After running the cell for a few times, I was pretty satisfied with the output and was producing roughly 35 to 40 liters of HHO a minute. Now, for water to carry the current, it requires an electrolyte. In my case, I was using lye and probably was mixed a little heavy, considering that I was pulling around 85 AMPS. My bucket was about half full of the solution, which wasn't smart because there was the other half of that bucket for the gas to collect. The other mistake I made that should have cost me my life was not having it secured to the bottom of the bucket. As I went to remove the wiring from the clips on the top of the bucket, I managed to twist it, and that's when the wires crossed, causing a spark inside the bucket. I was bent over the bucket, hands on the lid, and it was basically bulged out from the pressure. Now, lye is the stuff used to strip meat off bones quickly. If you get even a very mild solution in your eyes, you're immediately blinded. So don't fuck around with that shit without gloves, a face shield, and etc. And I had none of those protective gear. I felt the spark, and that's when shit got real. Now, most people talk about the way time seems altered when stuff like this happens or near-death experiences. That happened. I literally remember the next moment frame by frame. The moment I teleported through alternate timelines, somehow inadvertently saving myself, or was given another chance by God, or whatever you want to call it. So when I felt the shock, we say that was the first frame. Human beings' eyesight is said to be around 22 or 24 frames a second. So the first frame was when I felt the shock. The second frame, suddenly I was approximately 4 to 6 feet back from the bucket. There was a vehicle in the shop, and the way I was set up, I was standing behind the driver's door, facing away. On that second frame though, the vehicle was gone. Not in there, because had it been, I would have been one with the engine compartment and engine block. In front of me, this bucket was split down the sides and the lid was exploding into fragments, but no further than a 4-foot radius of the bucket, flying mostly upwards, and the majority of the solution was still inside the split bucket. A fine mist and droplets of the lye solution accompanied the plastic. At the same time, I noticed the fluorescent lights were refiring from a flicker, but it was dark in the shop because the only light came from the purple spark inside the tube of the light. On the third frame, I was another 5 feet back. At this point, the blast zone was still expanding and I heard the explosion. I also felt some pain in my hand. What was weird was this bubble-looking distortion in the fabric of reality a few feet above the bucket, and the only way to explain it is if a softball was cloaked from light, bending around it or something. The lights were fully lit again too. My fourth frame, I was suddenly standing close to where I was originally, but not quite, and I was turned the opposite direction from what I should have been to protect myself instinctively. Everything within 6 feet was wet, and there were pieces everywhere. I hadn't gotten a drop on me, and the only damage I suffered was a broken finger and some silicone tape neighbors slightly embedded in my skin on my left hand. I found out later from my wife and next-door neighbors that this explosion was strong enough to rattle all the windows in my neighboring buildings and directly across the street. My shop was across the street from my house, and I couldn't figure out what the fuck happened, and so I stood there, trying to wrap my head around it for probably 20 to 30 seconds minimum, and maybe a minute max, before I felt my finger throbbing. Then I walked across the street like I normally would, to have my wife take me to the ER for my finger. When I got to the door, I pulled the screen door open, and the door was flying open and there stood my wife. She almost ran into me trying to see what the fuck happened, knowing that I was working on that fuel cell. She said she heard the explosion and the windows rattled and immediately jumped off the couch, sprinting the 20 feet to the door. Let's say that took her maybe 10 fucking seconds. If that yet, there I was standing there. She was as perplexed as I was after I told her what happened. I was about to give her a hard time thinking that she didn't hear it or just didn't care enough to check on me. That's the first thing that was off. The first evidence that to me that my ego was unable to dispute. Okay, so here's the rest of what happened. So I went to the ER with my neighbor, and at this point, it was around 11 p.m. I had a broken and displaced ring finger on my left hand, just below the first knuckle, and some rubber embedded in my arm. I ended up telling the doctor and nurses that my tire exploded when I was filling it with air, because I wasn't sure how well a hydrogen explosion from a homemade fuel cell would be received. I went home and went to bed. The next day, when I woke up, I thought about what happened and eventually came to the conclusion that my kind was playing tricks, and there was a reasonable explanation. The vehicle had not disappeared somehow, and I got lucky with the lye solution not blinding me or getting on me, and the distortion in space or time was maybe a pressure wave from the explosion, even though it was not where I should have seen it. I felt a lot better at ease about the situation. Well, a couple hours later, probably around 4:30 p.m., I was home alone and someone was pounding on the door, then the windows, and I heard my name demanding that I come outside. I honestly thought it was the cop, so I quietly peeked through the blinds, and it was actually the next door neighbor. My neighbors were both military. One did 2 terms Coast Guard, and the other, who I'll just call K, was career military at a nearby Air Force base. Pretty high ranking, as far as I know. K is more introverted, meat and potatoes type person, and almost rigid. As neighbors, we've had our differences in opinion. Well, I figured he wanted to complain about our dogs or weeds in the driveway, or all the noise that I made the night before. So I opened the door and called to him as he was walking out the driveway. He turns around and says, "I always see you working out in that shop, and now you have a few projects going on. What is it that you're working on in there?" Surprised he didn't mention the explosion, I told him that I usually am lamp working or on my truck or whatever, then told him about the fuel cell and what happened the night before. The next thing he says is what threw me through the loop. Kay then says, "Well, someone told me you've been working on a time machine, and I really want you to take over so I can see what you're working on as far as your time machine goes." God damn, did I just hear him correctly? Now, I have always thought about trying to build something like that, but basically, it's only been a fantasy and never anything that I've talked about or started to work on. Definitely never mentioned it to the neighbors. So, I had to insist that I had no idea what he was talking about and that there was no such thing in the shop. He persisted, but I told him that I was on my way to get my kids, so I had to leave. As I was getting in the car and drive off, he stood in his yard and watched me back out and leave. I felt his eyes on me until that I was out of sight. It was at this point that I remembered an article that I had read a month or two prior about how the military had some sort of device that was able to detect portals or something in space or time. More specifically, at where the geomagnetic of the Earth intersect with the Sun's geomagnetic as CMEs interact with our magnetosphere. These are only open a fraction of a second, and don't hold me to what I say exactly, I'm not a scientist, so I might be using the wrong terminology. I'll try to find an article to source. Either way, the technology is there apparently, and when I thought about it, my mind was again blown. What the fuck? The conclusion I came to is when we went to work at the base that morning. Someone approached him saying something to the effect of, "Kay, what the fuck is going on in your neighborhood? We detected this distortion at this time and at this precise location." Then, he had to immediately assume that I had something to do with it since I'm always working on or up to something, and the rest of the neighbors are pretty normal. I'm the type of person who makes solid-state rocket fuel out of sugar while teaching my daughter how to for a science project, and I didn't know what to think. My ego had nothing else to say. Well, fast forward about 3 years, and I had basically forgotten that event, or at least pushed it back in my head. One day, I'm getting home and Kay is shoveling snow. So I decide to stop and chat a bit. He ends up telling me about a dream that he had a few nights before. Basically, he tells me in the dream that him and I were working on my time machine in my shop. For whatever reason, it required 2 vehicles to be retrofitted by the drive shaft to the time machine. The drive shafts were connected or something. He tells me that I was standing on some platform that the drive shaft was hooked up to, and he was in the vehicle revving the engine. Every time it reached a certain RPM, I would dematerialize, and when he would let off the pedal, I would come back. He asked again for me to show him this device that I didn't have. Damn it. Once again, I was totally mindfucked. I didn't really know what to respond with, but I ended up telling him that was crazy and there was no way in hell that I would be connecting my drive shaft to his in any way, shape, or form. Then I walked off and parked the car to go inside. I'm not sure if he made that up thinking a different approach would get him into my shop, or if he genuinely had that dream or what. All I know at this point, I've thought about that night and the encounters with my neighbors so many times that I've come to the conclusion it was literally a glitch or something that I cannot explain or fully understand. But it did happen. There's no doubt in my mind what I experienced is exactly like I wrote. Fucking crazy, right? My buddy and I were on a road trip. It was in the afternoon when we came upon a railway crossing. The gate was down, and so I switched off the car and pulled out my phone. I heard a train pass, and I looked up and saw that the gate was still down. So I thought another train was coming, and sure enough, another train came. But this time, my friend goes, "What the fuck?" "What?" "It's the same engine, man. It had the same number and the same driver." "Okay, so it was going back." "No, it was on the other line." I just scoffed and chalked it up to him imagining things, and then we drove on. 20 minutes later, we reach a town. But now I'm confused. I stop the car and get out, and so does he. Now it was my turn to say, "What the fuck?" We were back at the town that we drove away from. I took my phone and I checked the map, and it still showed that our trip was a near straight line, but we were driving in the opposite direction. My friend pulls out the bag with the fast food logo we had brought from the town and points at the shop afar. We got back in the car and we went to the fast food joint. The girl who served us recognized us because my friend was flirting with her. She asked if we forgot anything, and we just shook our heads. We then looked at each other and he blurted out, "It was the train, dude." I could not rebuff him. We came out and I looked down both sides of the street and wondered, did we go in the wrong direction? If we went in the wrong direction, we would be in someplace else, not back here. We get back in the car, drive to the crossing again, and the gate was open, but I stopped and got out. I crossed the rails with my friend behind, and I looked around and back at him. He shrugged his shoulders and went back to the car, and I got in and we drove on. Nothing else weird happened, but we were extremely silent for the rest of the ride.
Can imagination turn to reality? I know this is a bit long, but I promise it's worth it. I don't know where to put this, but this seems like the best subreddit. A couple of years ago, I started using a fake email for sketchy website and that sort. I also used a fake name and address to go along with it. The fake person was first name, Big Gay. I was trying to be funny by writing down, in quotes, Big Gay. The first time was inspired by a meme that was going around at the time. His email was bygay. In brackets first name at brackets domain.com. He lives at in brackets house number Wood Street. Again, I was trying to be funny by putting Wood in the address. I did, however, use my real phone number because I needed to verify the account. Then, about 2 years after using this fake info, I started getting spam calls and texts addressed to first name almost monthly. A year or two down the road, I was Googling my name, /address, and number just for fun, and there wasn't anything interesting that I found. Except for when I Googled my number. I found my phone number connected to a Facebook account of someone named, in brackets first name, by gay, who lives at, in brackets house number, Wood Street, and can be contacted at bgay.firstname@domain.com. When I saw this page, everything came back to me. I tried reverse image searching the profile pic, but nothing else came up. I tried verifying that the house was a real place, and it was. There happened to be an address like the one I made up in my city. When I looked up the address on Google, I found out it was connected to Bagay. I also found out he's employed at a t-shirt company. I'm starting to doubt my memory, and just figure that I just Googled my number one day and happened to see a funny name and address. Maybe I never made those fake accounts. I can't find any text on my phone that referenced the fake email. So essentially, I have no proof except for my memory. Has anyone ever heard of something like this happening? Edit. I forgot to mention there was one time where one of Bagay's lifelong friends called me on February 2019. I have the voicemail saved. Wishing Mr. Bagay a super happy bowl Sunday. P.S. I redacted the info because he's a real person now, I guess. And it's really easy to figure out everything once you know one of these pieces.
About 5 years ago, I was serving at a Greek diner. One slow night, I see a woman walk in about 50 years old with a little boy tagging along behind her. He looked about 10 with a yellow shirt. I saw them head to a table, so I stood behind the bar and started pouring waters to bring over. The kid was about the right age to be old enough for our kid's cup, so I casually asked the other serving worker, "Hey, Nicole, you think that little guy is big enough for an adult cup? Or should I bring a kitty instead?" Nicole looked up at me, confused, and said, "What little guy?" "Well, that little boy that came with the lady over there." I glanced over, and now she's seated alone. "She came in by herself," said Nicole. "No, I saw him. He was about yay high, a yellow shirt, maybe 10. She looked at me again and said, "Okay, now you're creeping me out. She came in alone, I swear, there was no little boy." I was shocked. I asked Nicole to take the table for me. Part of me wishes that I had told the woman, but I was afraid that she'd think that I was nuts. Hell, I thought I was nuts. And I swear on all that is holy that I saw that little boy just as clear as anything. I've experienced a number of these, but this is the most recent, and I apologize if my storytelling is not the greatest. I've been through a lot of positive self-improvement type stuff recently. I bought myself a ring to commemorate my accomplishments. I took this very seriously, as I don't gift myself expensive things really. I found this beautiful ring in a local jewelry pawn shop that spoke to me. A stone and a color that I love with its beautiful asymmetric S design on each side of the band. I remember conversing with the clerk over the course of my shopping and realizing with her that I like the asymmetry specifically. I buy this ring and wear it constantly for a few weeks, looking at it often. I didn't wear it for about a week, and in that time, my longtime friend was describing to me a ring of her own gifted to her. I'd never seen it, and she'd said that she'd send me a picture later. She does, and it's very lovely, sort of old-fashioned like mine, with a unique band. I go to grab my own ring for a photo, and at this time, not having seen it for a while. But I instantly notice the design is not what I remembered. The band is suddenly symmetrical, and the sides are crossed loops instead of S-shapes. I know for sure that this is the same ring because I bought it a special little box that I keep it in any time that I took it off. And it was also basically the same enough that it had to be the one. But it was wrong. To then make matters worse, my friend sent another photo of her ring. The stone is a different color, the metal different, but the band on her ring is now the exact asymmetrical S that I had known my ring to be. The previous photo she'd sent is suddenly the same. I am still totally horrified over this, and I kind of want to get rid of this ring that I once loved.
I'm a French language teacher in Russia, an expat, and due to that, I should travel at least once a year to Moscow for documents. Embassy bureaucracy. And because I live in a city that's 2,000 kilometers far from Moscow, I use the planes each and every time. Now let's jump to the fun part. The time zone in Moscow is -2 hours. I flew to Moscow with my wife and landed safely. I went to the embassy at 9 a.m. and did my things, and by 10 a.m. I already finished. Now we have the whole day to visit Moscow before our flight back, which will be at 11 p.m. First, we visited Lenin Library, Undergrounds, Kremlin Gardens, the Cathedral, the Red Square, all by foot. And when I looked at the time, I was shocked. It's 11 a.m., which means this whole excursion took 1 hour, and I was so sure it took more because, for those who don't know, Moscow is a gigantic city, and we moved between places on foot. No taxi, no bus, just by feet. I thought that it's because of the time zone difference, and I felt a little tired after the flight. But no, my watch and phone were automatically updated when we got to Moscow. So we decided to find a place to eat, and we were looking here and there. Then we found a good spot. We settled and took lunch. Took a tour around malls and commercial centers, bought souvenirs, took coffee and a few cigarettes, and took a look at my phone. What the fuck? It's 11:30 a.m. Just 30 minutes gone. My wife noticed it too, and we felt a little weird. We're already tired, walking around places, and time is literally not moving or moving slowly. I suggested to sit at an open-air cafe and waste some time until 7 p.m. to go back to the airport. We sat down and took my 5th or 6th coffee that day, and talked to my wife about anything and everything. Time goes, and I felt that we sat for 2 hours minimum. But no, it was only 12. I lost it, and to not make the text long and boring, we kept moving between cafes and museums on this infinite day. And finally, when 7 p.m. hit, I said finally, for God's sake. It really felt like forever, and when I checked my steps counter, it was 400% plus than my expected number. We walked around 15 kilometers around the city center, and then I understood that something was unusual about that travel because when I got back to my city, the time was running as usual. I could feel how the time was going faster than in Moscow. What do you think?
I've never had any kind of paranormal or UFO experience that I know of, but I have experienced one extremely jarring glitch in the Matrix. I was in my apartment and bouncing a blue racket ball off the floor super hard so that it would bounce up to the ceiling and then back down to the floor. I was just playing a silly game where I was trying to get it to bounce back and forth as many times as possible. The ceiling was a flat white painted ceiling with literally no fixtures of any kind on it. On one of the bounces, the ball hit the floor, bounced up to the ceiling, but then sank right into it, disappearing right before my very eyes. I was seriously shocked. I thought that maybe I'd blacked out for a second or something, but I looked around immediately on the floor and I didn't see the ball anywhere. which should have been easy because it still had a ton of kinetic force in it and it should have been still bouncing or rolling. I tore the area apart looking for it, but I couldn't find the ball. It was pretty spooky. Then, about 30 minutes later, my wife got home. And when she opened the door to our apartment, I saw the ball fall out of the ceiling behind her in the hallway. I immediately ran out of there, and yep, there it was, just bouncing and rolling down the hall like it had fallen out of the ceiling about 20 yards away from where I saw it disappear. I remember this extremely vividly, both the sensory visual experience of seeing it disappear into the ceiling and the emotional shock that I was experiencing in that moment, as well as when it reappeared out in the hall. It's what got me to start seriously considering simulation theory, and now I'm fairly convinced that we are living in one. So my family has a pet bird named Kiki, and for the last several weeks or maybe months, I haven't brought Kiki down to hang out in my room because I don't have a stand for her. She's always in the upstairs rooms or the porch and never really down with me in the basement. So, finally today, I text my mom because she wasn't home if we have any play stands for Kiki, and she says that we have the black play stand in the cellar. I look around all over for it, which isn't much to scan over because it's a small area and the play stand is very big. I make sure that it was 100% not there because I just knew that it would be there when my mom came home. I felt like taking a video on my phone and sending it to her as proof, and I really wish that I had. My mom came downstairs 10 minutes ago and is like, it's right there. And internally, I died. But externally, I tried playing it off cool. I tried convincing her that it was 100% not there earlier. I believe she thinks I'm going crazy. I go in and out of the cellar part about probably 5 times a day, and I'm constantly going in there to get to the freezer. And the play stand is right next to the freezer. So if it was down there all along, then I must have missed it 100 times. And also again today, before texting her. I had a strong feeling it would reappear because that is something that always happens. Searching for something, asking your mom for help finding it, and then it mysteriously appears where you checked prior. But I figured that wouldn't be the case this time because the play stand is so fucking big. Boy, was I wrong. To add to this, I have also been seeing big bright white orbs zipping across my room. It has happened about 3 times in the past 2 days, and I've never had anything like this happen before. But that's a story for another time.
So, I recently became a homeowner, and I'm doing some small DIY renovations. Yesterday I bought a metal 2-step ladder at a local DIY store. It wasn't cheap, but I thought I'll need it the rest of my life anyway, so it's a good investment. I also picked up an online order they had pre-packaged for me. I distinctly remember picking up the bag and the ladder. The bag in my right hand with my car keys, the 2-step ladder with my left. It was awkward because it was entirely wrapped in plastic, so I dug my fingers into the plastic a bit while carrying to get some grip. Essentially, making a hole in the plastic so I could grip the handle inside, if you know what I mean. I remember walking outside and placing the 2-step ladder gingerly against my dad's car, and some older lady looking on while I did so. I opened the trunk and put the seat backwards so I can place it flat into the car, and I put the bag in the regular back area. I worked slowly, thinking it was safest this way as I didn't want to scratch up my dad's car inside either. I then called my mum to let her know it was taking a bit longer for me to get home because traffic was quite heavy, and I needed to return these blackout curtains at a discounter because they're too small for the windows I have in the new apartment. I remember quickly glancing behind me in the car while driving to the discounter because I suddenly had this weird gut feeling the 2-step ladder was missing or that I forgot it. But I was wrong. It was right there. I dropped off the curtains and returned to the car. I notice a missed call and call back. It's a woman called Jeanette from the DIY store. She says she doesn't know why I got called. She takes a moment and asks her colleagues and no one knows who called or why. I speculated with her that I must have forgotten something, but if this is the case, I'll either notice or I'll get called back. She agreed. So I drive home, park, and enjoy the rest of my evening. Fast forward to today. The 2-step ladder is not in the car. I was too tired to bring the stuff from the car yesterday evening, so I was going to do it this morning before Dad needs the car. I drove over to the new place, park, open the trunk, and notice the 2-step ladder is missing. I thought maybe it fell in the crevice between the seats and the front seat, even though there's not enough space. But it's not there. Then I call my dad thinking maybe he took it out because it was shifting too much in its place or something. So I call him and he says he didn't see any 2-step ladder. So I get this weird sinking gut feeling. I check my wallet immediately to see if I can find the receipt. And it's there and it says I bought it. I then call the store, asking if there is a 2-step ladder around the cash register or outside that was forgotten. And there is. It was the same Jeanette woman who answered, by the way. She remembered me from the day before and said the 2-step ladder is still there. But the thing is, I don't recall that she and I talked about that I left it behind. I told her that I was convinced I took it and laughed it off. But now, I feel super weirded out and uncomfortable. Maybe I just remember it all wrong, or have some intense false memories I created in my tired mind. Is that possible? Because that would be awfully detailed, wouldn't it?
(2019 to 2020 New Year's Eve). I was celebrating with my family and the countdown started. 10, 9, 8. And as soon as the countdown hit the number 1, I felt like my mind was sent into another reality. I was sent in a dark living room of someone else's house, where almost immediately a fair-haired bearded stranger peeped from one door of another room. He smiled, came over, and asked if everything was okay. And for some reason, I felt deeply close to that stranger. I returned to reality, confused from what happened. This vision lasted for 2 to 3 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Everyone around me was cheering, and I joined them, and I didn't think about it that much. On the same month of January 2020, 2 months before COVID-19 lockdown hit my country, I returned to the city that I was attending college at to do some finals. One evening after the finals, I felt in the mood for a date, so I opened my Grindr app and found someone that I had never seen before. Some pics were not that clear, some were blurry, and others were taken from odd angles, but I could tell that he was my type. We chatted a bit, and then after that he asked me out, so we fixed a date for the very next day. It was a Saturday night around 10 p.m., and I was waiting for him at the place that we would have met at. soon after he called my number, informing me that he was close. I saw a dark figure approaching me from the other side of the road, and I thought, well, that's gotta be him. Although it was dark and I couldn't see him very well. As he came closer, the light beam of those lampposts that I was standing next to hit him. My date was the guy from the vision. I froze, shivers all over my body. I cannot explain why, but his pictures didn't resemble at all the person who, at that moment, stood in front of me. I must have looked shocked. He smiled, gently pressed my shoulder and asked, "Are you okay?" Again, another shock, déjà vu. I came back and we introduced, laughing about that awkward first impression. He surely thought that I was struck by his look. God, what a splendid date we had. I'd be quicker if I list the things we didn't talk about. When he drove me back to the dorm I was staying at, he asked me if I wanted to join him for dinner at his place the next day, and I agreed. The day after, I went to the given address. He welcomed me and had me put my jacket in the living room. He told me to join him in the kitchen, so he turned off the light of the living room. So I stood there, in the dark, having another kick-ass déjà vu. To make things creepier, he actually peeped out of the kitchen door and laughed, thinking that I was acting all shy. I lived the exactly same picture that I saw in my vision. Till nowadays, that has been the best night of my life, and I have never felt so close to someone that I barely knew. For the time we used to hang out, I felt a deep and strange connection between us, as if I had known him for a lifetime. We dated for half a year and eventually had to stop seeing each other for some reasons. But that person still holds a special place in my heart. The last New Year's Eve, I was really hoping for another vision, but nothing happened. Strange experience, the strangest that has ever happened to me so far. So this story happened to me about 10 years ago. I was working retail at a mall and a kids' clothing store called Justice. I was a college student, but working close to home during the summer months. To be honest, I wasn't crazy about the job, so it didn't really bother me that they had me scheduled on call-in shifts. As you might guess, call-in shifts weren't guaranteed working hours, so I'd call in an hour before the shift and they would tell me if they needed us to come in or not. Now, in the strip mall across the street, there was also another Justice store, but our stores never collaborated or worked together. They were two of the same, yet completely separate businesses. Midway through the summer, I've got the job down and I know what I'm meant to do. I know all the managers and co-workers, and it's generally a pleasant place to work in. One afternoon, I pick up the phone to call in and ask if they needed me to come in or not. And my manager, a genuinely nice woman, probably in her early 50s, is completely shocked that I'm calling. She tells me that they already found a cover because a girl, claiming to be my best friend, called the store to tell them that I wasn't coming in and that I had been in a terrible accident on the highway. This person gave them my name and said that I was in a coma at the hospital, surrounded by my family and friends, and my parents didn't know if I would make it. My manager sounded genuinely concerned, as did the assistant manager. No one else shared my name at that store, and we even called the store across the street, and they did not have anyone with my name working there, nor did anything like that happen to one of their employees. The crazy thing is that I have been having a lot of dreams of getting into car accidents involving huge semi-trucks during the summer and even before this incident. I asked my friends if they had played a sick joke, and they all had no idea what I was talking about. Besides, my friends are not the type of people to joke about that kind of stuff. They are people that I trust with my life, not the kind to joke about my death. The only other explanation would be a customer maybe. But number one, I didn't have a name tag with my name on it. And number two, even if I did, who remembers retail associates' names? Well, unless they're going out of their way to write a review. Number three, there was no motive. I never had any unpleasant interactions, and even so, it was just mothers and 7-year-old daughters shopping at my store. So yes, I feel like there could be an explanation, but nothing adds up. Think of it what you will, but I still think about that phone call and feel uneasy whenever I get on the highway. I have Raynaud's syndrome, poor circulation to my extremities, especially my toes. So, even on days like today when it's 75 degrees Fahrenheit, I wear slippers over my socks, or else my feet would hurt. Yesterday evening, about 7:30 p.m., I decided to have a shower. As I always do, I took my slippers off and left them on the floor in front of my recliner. I went to my bedroom, got my robe, walked back through the living room, kicked one of my slippers closer to my chair so that I wouldn't trip over it, and went to the bathroom from my shower. My husband was in the living room this whole time, but could not see my slippers from his desk. Showered, I went back to my room to get dressed. I come out, and no slippers. My husband and I looked under all of our furniture, tore apart the living room, bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen, which I walked through to get to the bath, but no slippers. They're just gone. Neither of my kids, both are adult sons, came downstairs while I was in the shower. And our cats are too small to drag the slippers and wouldn't have taken both anyway. And my dog is elderly and has never chewed on or taken any shoes in her life. I hope that myself in another timeline is happy with her new slippers because my damn feet are cold. I haven't kept an alarm clock next to my bed for years because they kept on getting faster. I only realized this when I eventually noticed that I was arriving to work about 20 minutes before the start of my shift. I used to time my trip to work to arrive a few minutes before the start of my shift. More often than not, I was just on time. I realized my alarm clock was, after getting fast, reset it, and it kept on getting faster, so I replaced it. I started to use an alarm clock that my partner had for years before we even met, which was a different brand and style, and that one also started to get faster. I then went and got an alarm clock from my parents' house. That was the same make of the original alarm clock, but a different model and style. The third alarm clock also started to get faster. So, that's 3 different alarm clocks from 2 different manufacturers that all couldn't keep the right time. All kept gaining time and getting faster. It just seemed that when my alarm clock was placed next to where I sleep, it can't keep the time. I had at one point thought that maybe I was animated in my sleep and I might have been hitting the buttons with my hands, or possibly when trying to hit the snooze button. But I thought the odds of that happening as the button layout was different on all of them. And why did they only get faster by small amounts over time? I might have expected to see other strange things like random alarms being set. All this happened over several months, and I just stopped using alarm clocks and started relying on my phone. Previously, I didn't like to do that because Android phones need to be left turned on, and I used to like to turn my phone off overnight. So backstory, I'm from Birmingham, but I moved to Denver in 2013 with my girlfriend and lived there for about 5.5 years until we had our daughter and decided to move home to be closer to family. We would always come home for major holidays while we lived there because traveling on our own dime across the country as a 19 to 23-year-old was kind of expensive. We were back in home visiting for Christmas when me, and 3 buddies from back home decided to try a new 24-hour cookie place downtown called Insomnia Cookies. When we walked in, the place was packed, so the line wrapped around the inside of the room from the register to the front door, and we were basically last in line behind about 5 other groups of people. I heard the lady behind the counter yell towards our direction, but at me specifically. "Hey, you forgot to get your tips the other night when you left early." And I don't respond because obviously she couldn't have been talking to me since I live in Denver, Colorado. So she repeated herself again. This time, I responded and apologized because I wasn't the person she was looking for, but jokingly told her that I'd take the tips anyway. She looked kind of annoyed and was like, right. Well, if you want them, I can grab them for you." I told her again that I was just kidding and that I really was not this person who she thought she worked with every single day. So after reassuring her, she again, with kind of an attitude, took our order and we were on our way. We all talked how weird it was on the way back to my girlfriend's mom's house, but chalked it up as just another look-alike story. Well, fast forward to last night, which is 5 years later, my girlfriend, who is ironically pregnant again, was craving snickerdoodle cookies from the same place. So around 10 at night or so, I decided to take the 30-minute trip downtown to grab her favorite cookies. It was a Saturday night, so like it was the last time I went, it was slam-packed to the point where the line ran outside. I finally made it to the door when I realized that I had forgotten my wallet and my phone in the car. As I turned around, I frustratingly said out loud, damn it." And to my surprise, a guy was walking up in an Insomnia Cookie hat and a shirt and said, "What's wrong? Did you forget your wallet or something?" And I replied, "Yeah, my wallet and my fucking phone." And he said, "Damn, well, run and grab it. I forget what you usually get." I was super thrown off, so I just said, "Oh, a half dozen snickerdoodle cookies." And to my surprise, he was like, "Oh yeah, that's right. Go grab your stuff and find me when you get here. I'll make sure they get you some fresh ones made." And then he went inside. The whole walk back to my truck and to the store, I'm like, what the hell is happening right now? I finally make it back and don't see him, so I just hop back in the long-ass line. After about 10 minutes of standing in an unmoving line, he pops his head out looking for me and yells, "Yo, bro, what are you doing? I told you to come and find me. These cookies are getting cold, you know." And then hands the cookies to me, shakes my hand, and tells me it's good to see me and he will see me again soon. So again, I'm like, what the hell is going on right now? He walks around the corner and I take a $20 bill out and walk to the front of the line to the lady at the register. I hold up my $20 and ask, how much do I owe you for these?" And she said, "What do you mean? You hurt him. You're good to go. I'll see you again soon." I just turned and walked out, still in shock about who the hell they think I am. But apparently, I have a look-alike good enough to get me someone else's tips and a free half-dozen cookies. For the past 2 months, since it has gotten nicer out there, my partner and I have been driving out more. Obviously, a lot of places are jam-packed and more people are out and about because COVID is slowly being put down. But sometimes, we go to places that end up being empty. For example, a gas station, a car wash, the general market, you name it. Now, for the part that always gets me, when I go inside the places to where the road is out of sight and return not even 1 minute later, it's already packed with people and there was not a sight of them before. This has happened to me so much. I mentioned it to my sister who was with me on a gas station off the back road, which I then went into for a Red Bull. I came out and all the gas pumps were full, and many people were in the parking lot. Same when my partner and I were cleaning the car, and suddenly, 10 people decided to vacuum and also wash their car. I don't know if it's a coincidence or maybe a glitch in the matrix, but I really feel like some people are just part of the simulation. I encourage you guys to pay attention to this, and also, please let me know if this has happened to you. Chip Bag Refilling Itself by U/Brownbird227. So, this is a pretty small glitch that I just noticed, but I thought it was interesting, so I thought that I'd share. Wednesday night, I went out and bought a bag of chips because I was craving them and I don't have any in the house. I came home with the chips around 10 or so and sat down to watch YouTube and snack on the chips in my room. The chip bag itself is one of those resealable bags where you pull a tab and rip open a dotted line on the front of the bag to reveal basically a Ziploc seal. The chips themselves are Hy-Vee brand, and if anyone will recognize that kind of seal that I'm talking about. As I opened the bag, I remember being kind of annoyed because I accidentally tore off a bit of the bag that was covering the Ziploc seal. It didn't affect how well the bag closed, it just kind of annoyed me. Well, anyway, I ate a couple chips, took a break to do something else, and then I ate the rest of the bag of chips. I remember this because I was kind of surprised that I finished the whole bag so quickly. Now, I just recently deep cleaned my room and there was nothing on the floor. However, I forgot to throw out the chip bag before going to bed and just left the bag on the ground instead. I went about my day as normal yesterday and even accidentally stepped on the bag a few times, and I could feel that it was completely empty. I'd been having a pretty normal day today. Until I spotted the bag on the ground and decided to throw it away. I picked it up and felt heavy. The bag was full of chips. I don't keep chips in the house, and this is the first time that I've bought chips in about a month. The part of the bag covering the seal was torn, just like I remembered. I looked inside and all the chips were intact, which wouldn't have been possible with the number of times that I accidentally stepped on it. Plus, wouldn't I have heard or felt a crunch or something? No one comes in my room except me. Well, I'm very happy to have more chips, but just a little baffled. I woke up in an alternate dimension by all of the kitty cat swag. This is my first ever glitch in the Matrix experience. It happened last week and it's so subtly obscure that I'm still not even sure if I want to share my experience. But here I am. I hope I can convey it clearly, so please let me know what you think. I have been renting a room in a cookie-cutter house in a cookie-cutter neighborhood for a whole year now, and I work full-time, and every day I walk out the front door, past the lawn, to get to my car that is parked on the street. I always look around to take in my surroundings to make sure that nothing is amiss. Every day for the past year, I've walked out the same door, past the same bushes and the same rocks, bordering the same lawn with the same tree in the middle of that yard. And Friday morning was no different. Friday night, I came home after work and the tree had been cut down at the base. Totally normal. And I stop and look at the yard, observing some spray-painted lines in the lawn. Not sure what they are there for, but nothing else seems out of place, so I make my way inside. The lawn is empty, just grass as it has been, except for the newly removed tree. Saturday morning, I walk outside to go to work and see my landlord working in the yard, and at the edge of the lawn by the driveway, there's a very new and very distinguishable light post with a large top and perpendicular light fixtures in the lawn. I have never seen this light post in my entire time renting, and I walk past this very spot every single day. And it's a very noticeable light post. I pointed to the light post and asked my landlord, "Oh, did you install this yourself?" He looked at me straight-faced and told me that it has always been there, and he shrugged me off and kept working. I looked at it again, and it had normal weathering and didn't look newly installed, but I know that it has never been there before that morning. Well, at least for me. Every morning since Saturday, I walk out the same door, past the same bushes, the same rocks, but there's that damn light post that I can't get past it, and I can't let it go. I couldn't have got an entire year completely oblivious to this very obvious light post in the lawn that I walk past multiple times a day. And it's just eating at me. Is it just me? Or is it the lamp? How could this be possible?
Basically, since 2018, I have been checking this very specific location on Google Maps and Apple Maps with the satellite images from time to time for reasons I won't get in here. I would check this small village that was, as I remember, 7 to 10 kilometers east of a big city and was connected through a big road, not a highway. It remained ever since until around September 2020 when I decided to recheck the same position, but found out things were extremely different. This village was now 15 to 20 kilometers northeast of the city and was only connected through a highway, which it was not before. However, this was not what shocked me. It was the huge quarry that appeared right next to it all of a sudden. This quarry was huge, 4 kilometers wide, and was surprised by its existence as it was not previously there, and it would take years for it to be dug out. So I decided to investigate. I went to Apple Maps and Bing Maps to see if the satellite image, and sure not, there was some quarry in their photos. I downloaded Google Earth and saw the historical satellite image of the area. The quarry had been there since the late 1980s. I contacted some local businesses on Instagram to ask them about the quarry, and they all told me it had been there for at least 150 years. It could not be a bug, as it would have had to affect Google Maps and Apple Maps in the same timestamp. It was not carbon monoxide poisoning, as I do not have such a gas at home. It was not drugs, as I have never done drugs before. I went to a therapist and she told me I was mentally healthy, and it could not have been any form of mental illness that could cause this. After September 2020, things seemed different. The quarry was just an indication of things not being right. My friends behaved differently. My brother, internet communities that I have been part of for a long time seem off. The world has never been the same after that month. I cannot prove I changed timelines, as I do not have photos or paintings of the village before it changed, but I'm sure. 100% the quarry was not there. You just have to take my word for it. I do not know if this has happened to some of you before.
This bottle doesn't exist, but I've seen her use it, and I found it in the cupboard by U/Syndex 9183. Not as scary as many of the stories I see, but damn, what a weird glitch. My wife had a leave-in conditioner that we mix up to help with hair strength and growth, and it works pretty damn good, but that's not the point. My wife, wanting to make this stuff, ordered the ingredients and a few bottles to apply it with. However, being cheap, the bottles were behind the rest of it. Being vapors, I grabbed an old 120 milliliter bottle to mix it up with. The nozzle is a great applicator to get it down to the scalp, so it worked great. She's been using it for weeks, and I've seen her use it multiple times. So last night, she asked for her conditioner because she's tired, so I go get it for her, which I don't normally do. I come back with the aforementioned repurposed vape bottle, and she looks at me like I'm insane. She asked me what the fuck I think I'm doing giving her vape juice. I answered, this is what you've been using. We mixed this up the first day you got your ingredients. Seems awful full though. The last time I saw it, I thought it was 3/4 empty. I've never seen that before in my life. What the fuck is going on? She says with wide eyes. I told her how it happened, how I put it in the fridge the first time because I didn't realize it was shelf stable, and how she likes a little nozzle because it really dug into her scalp. Nope, never happened. She goes and pulls another bottle from the closet, the one that we ordered, and it's about half empty since she's been using it. One of us is from another dimension, or they just merged together, because both bottles exist and are filled with the same stuff. Just for fun, she used my bottle and it worked great, but she still insists that it never happened. Weird thing to glitch though, and I guess the devs weren't really paying attention. Duplicated Belt, Possible Timeline Jump by U/Keanu Weaponized. I know, the duplication of objects is not an uncommon scenario that people share on this subreddit, but I thought that I'd share my little story. So, my mother has this black leather jacket, authentic cow leather. It was custom made in East Africa from back in the early 80s. It has a belt loop on each side of the waist, and only one belt was made for it. Although, it looks more like a leather rope as it has no buckle or holes and only adjustable by tying a knot at the front. When I was 16, my mother lets me keep this leather jacket. She claims to have outgrown it and haven't worn it in over 2 decades. And I must admit, it's still the coolest looking garment that I own. When I was 19, I had used this particular belt for a partial suspension hanging, and what I was going through at that time isn't really relevant to this story. This belt couldn't be mistaken for any other belt, and I had found that it worked best as the knot that I had tied had a tight grip on the rail in my wardrobe, which was very sturdy. Evidently, my plan came to a knot, and I tried to untie the belt knot from the rail, but it was to no avail because of how tight it was, so I just left it there, ignoring the noose that hung amongst my clothes. Kinda morbid, really, but eventually it didn't bother me, and nobody else knew about it either. About a month ago, I was looking for a belt to wear with my corduroy trousers, and as I'm rummaging through my drawer, I pull out the leather belt. I'm stunned, because my first thought is that my mother must have found it in my wardrobe, untied it, and then put it in my drawer. But the belt looked fresh, no wrinkles from where the knot would have been, and I opened my wardrobe, and the noose is still there between my clothes. I am now analyzing both of them, and they are identical. I thought it was weird, so I asked my mother if the jacket came with 2 belts by any chance, and she said no, with full certainty. I have pondered the quantum immortality theory, where I may have actually committed suicide in an alternate timeline, which led to me being transported to a timeline where I didn't do it. But really, who knows? Wind Chimes by U/Sheed51.
So last night I was watching a movie on Hulu called A Glitch in the Matrix with my girlfriend. I highly suggest you check it out if you haven't already, as it's very interesting and even talked about some similar glitches that I've read about in this sub. As I'm watching this with my girlfriend, she starts getting really into it and told me she had never heard of glitches in the Matrix. As we're watching, she tells me something strange happened to her recently that she couldn't explain. My girlfriend was very close to her grandma, who has just recently passed away. Her grandma was very into wind chimes. She collected them and owned a very specific wind chime that my girlfriend loved. It always hung on her grandmother's front porch, and when her grandma died, she wanted to go to the house and retrieve it, as it was very special to her. The day after her grandma died, she got to the house to help clean it out with her family. My girlfriend stressed that the only item she wanted from the house was that specific wind chime. When she got to the house, she said her and her family could not locate those wind chimes anywhere in the house. They always hung outside and her grandmother never took them down. However, they could not find these wind chimes anywhere. They looked all over the house from top to bottom with no luck. After hours of cleaning, they decided to give up as they figured the chimes had probably gotten lost during the cleaning of her grandma's house. Fast forward a couple months, my girlfriend said one day she was driving past her grandma's old house. Someone new had moved in, and decided to stop and look at the house, as it held many memories of her grandma. Guess what she saw at the front porch? Yep, the wind chimes that she and her family looked for the whole day. They were even hung in the exact same spot her grandma had them before she died. She said this was impossible as no one in her family claimed they ever found them or hung them back up. To this day, those chimes are still hanging in the same spot. My girlfriend said she has debate about knocking on the door of the house to ask the people if she could have them back, as they were her favorite item of her grandma's. She said she swears there is no way her or her family all missed them when they were cleaning up her grandma's house. I have a feeling that the people who live there now don't even know those wind chimes are hanging out there. Perhaps it's her grandma sending her a signal that she is okay. Thank you for listening.
A Little Yet Monstrous Glitch by U/Prometheus, a Titan God. Let me start off by saying that I was reluctant to believe in the whole glitch thing, but I have had some really big glitches that made me accept the concept as possible. But my need to have some sanity can in some way dismiss them because there were things that had some level of uncertainty, like maybe I was misremembering or just didn't notice it, and many more. But this little one is different. I went to a convenience store on my break at work to get my usual energy drinks, and I'm a creature of habit, the same kind every single time. And I only change if they are out of stock or have a new one that I haven't tried yet. So I went to the refrigerated case and reached to grab two of the big ones that I always get, and then pause. Because I saw that they had a new watermelon one. Awesome, I thought, because I love watermelon. I picked up a can, read the label, because I'm extremely allergic to most artificial sweeteners. So I always check the labels of new ones. And as I read it, I even made a joke about the can, which was red and green, very ironically festive colors, since it was just after Christmas. I put the can directly under my arm and grabbed two of my regular ones, big white cans, and one in each hand. I walked directly to the register, and I was second in line, and I was also the last. The guy in front of me paid and walked away. I walked up and put the two white cans that I had in my hands down first, then took the one out from under my arm, and then put it on the counter. I was shocked to the point of saying "what the fuck" so loudly that I startled the cashier. It wasn't the same can. It wasn't the watermelon one. It wasn't the new red and green sugar-free one. It was a black and blue low-carb can, and not even remotely close. Not only that, the can was dirty and dented, and it wasn't even cold. Sure, it was under my arm, but it was less than 2 or 3 minutes. Not enough time to make it not remotely cold. The cashier then asked me what's the matter. He then saw the dirty dented can and said, "Oh, it's okay. I'll wait if you want to get one that's not damaged." And I just answered, "Oh, no, that's okay. I'll just get these." I know exactly what I had. I never put the watermelon one down, and it went directly under my arm. I read the damn label, examined the can. The colors are so drastically different anyways, totally different flavors, and I hate the low-carb one. Literally the only flavor that I hate. Not only that, but it was dirty and dented. I never would have gotten it, even if it's the one that I love, or even if it's the last one in the store. Besides, how was it not cold? The one that I put under my arm, the watermelon one, was noticeably cold when I read it. I tried to debunk this, but I can't. I never put it down. I couldn't have mixed it up with other flavors because they are white cans, and the large size was the black and blue small can. It was tightly held under my arm. No one got within 6 feet of me, social distancing and whatnot. I knew it was something bizarre, so I sat in the parking lot and tried posting it on Facebook 3 times so that I would have a record of the date and time of it. But my phone kept crashing. I said, "Okay, I refuse to forget or dismiss this, and I am not giving up." So, I did a video log instead on the way back to work so the event was fresh and accurate. The other weird thing is, I felt it starting to slip away from my memory, like it was being erased. I would think that I need to share this with so-and-so, then I go to tell them, and then forget what I wanted to tell them. After several times of this happening, I got pissed off. It felt like it was being deleted. The anger triggered adrenaline, and it all came back in full. And thanks to my video that I did moments after, I know that I wasn't misremembering. And now, I will have no issues remembering it because I told it to everyone and anyone, regardless of my fears of sounding crazy. Oh, yes, they did actually have a watermelon flavor that was new. I went back that day after work to try to buy it again, and was successful that time. Oddly enough, they didn't have any of the low-carb ones at all. So, I think this stuff happens all the time to people, and they just let the Matrix or universe auto-update their memories or something. Well, I have my auto-update. Shut off. Odd Dog Park Occurrence by U/The Voodoo Hyena. Over the weekend, I took my dog to our evening dog park. When we arrived, it was much less busy than usual, likely due to the Arizona monsoon season, as it had been threatening to rain all day. As we entered the park, there was an abandoned soccer ball in the field near the entrance. It was low on air, but still very much a ball, and I decided to give it a kick to get my dog to play. Once I gave it a swift kick, I heard the sound of a slight release of air. When the ball landed, it was flat. My dog is a thrasher, so he picked it up and swung it side to side, the limp casing flopping around and making loud smacking sounds when it would hit his sides. I would get him to leave the flattened ball alone, and I could easily step on it, flat as a pancake. Eventually, he got tired of the flattened ball, and we went to play with the other dogs. And I even saw a different dog chewing on the deflated remains. Once we decided to leave, I wanted to see if I could kick the mast towards the gate to get my dog to walk in that direction. So I kicked it hard, and this time as it landed, I heard the same sound of air releasing. And when it landed, it was suddenly back to being an actual ball, even if it's a little low on air. I was so confused. I kicked the ball and it rolled like a ball. Other people were in the park with me, but nobody else seemed to notice the weird occurrence. I am so mad at myself as I thought about taking a video of my dog playing with a flat ball for my boyfriend, but I was too lazy. And now I regret it, as I have no evidence that it ever even happened. I know this experience isn't life-changing, but it definitely freaked me out. Car Disappeared by U/Miranda's Midnight Hour.
I've been stalking this page for a while as I was racking up karma enough to post. And now that I have it, I had the strangest experience a few days ago, and I have to share it with someone. It was a girls' day, and my mom was driving. We were heading to hit up some thrift stores and an hour away from home. We were about halfway there on the interstate, and just talking and catching up is nice to do now that I've moved out. My mom likes to speed, so naturally, she was in the left lane. This particular spot on the interstate is notorious for wrecks and reckless driving, so we took in our surroundings and noted a car had pulled in behind us. There was a man driving with a woman in the front seat and a teenage boy in the back. After the exit that caused the accident, the car behind us went into the other lane. I, along with my mother, watched it do so. Then, another car blocks our view. As soon as the car blocking our view leaves, the car with the family was gone. There was no other exits, and I turned around to make sure it wasn't on the side of the road. It wasn't, and my mom, who's skeptical of glitches and things of that sort, was in disbelief. We slowed down and went into the slow lane waiting for it to show up, but we didn't see it again. My mom, who is still a little panicking, knew my nan, grandma, and aunt were out, so she called them. As soon as she answered, my mom sprung on them what had just happened, and that we wanted to make sure the car was okay. Turns out they were only 10-ish minutes heading in our direction, and said they would keep an eye out for it. We kept driving, waiting for the call, and finally it happened. They said that there were no cars and no signs of a wreck or someone having car trouble. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around where that family went, and I sure hope they are okay.
A business vehicle filled up twice at a petrol station where I work by U/Ravenclaw 67 Impala. I have been reading the stories on this sub for a few years now as a bit of light entertainment, but I never put much thought in them until it happened to me. For context, I work at a petrol station, and this happened on Tuesday afternoon at around 1 p.m., a generally quiet period before the school pickup rush from 2 to 4. A car pulls into pump 1 and fills up, and then a huge business vehicle with a logo and much bigger fuel tank pulls into pump 2. Pump 2 starts filling up, and pump 1 comes in to pay. Another car then pulls into pump 3 and starts filling, while 2 is still filling and 1 is paying. Pump 3 then finishes and comes in to pay as pump 1 is leaving and is walking back to his car. He stops when he sees the guy from pump 3, and they start chatting. They're standing in the middle of the road, but it isn't busy, and they are 2 grown men. I figure that they'll move if someone drives by. They keep chatting as they obviously know each other, and I go about some other general behind-the-counter jobs when number 2 comes in to pay. 1 and 3 are still chatting in the driveway area between the pumps and the shop. Pump 2 comes in wearing a uniform from the same business as is on the truck and pays for some $200 worth of fuel. I gave him his receipt, and then he leaves. He gets back in his truck, and the people from pump 1 and 3 have to move for him to drive away. They do, then move off to the side to keep talking. Eventually, they finish up, and pump 1 goes back to his car and drives away. Pump 3 comes in to pay, just as the same business truck pulls into pump 2 again. He starts filling again, And I'm a little confused, but I think that he may be going for a long drive and wants to fill his second fuel tank or something. And I let him keep filling and serve pump 3. Our conversation goes as follows. Customer: So sorry about that. I hope you don't think I was going to drive away or anything. I answered, No, that's all good. We've got cameras and your license plate anyway. Was it just the fuel on pump 3 today? The customer then answered, Yeah, thanks. I was just chatting to an old friend who I haven't seen in about 5 years. I answered, That's nice to run into each other, and at a petrol station of all places. Though it must have been annoying to have to move out of the way for that business truck. He gave me a funny look and said that they never had to move and that no one drove by. I was stunned for a bit, but didn't really think much of it. I gave him his receipt, and then he left. A while later, Pump 2 comes in to pay for some $200 worth of fuel again, and it's the same guy in the same uniform from the same company. Our interaction goes like this. I said, Hey, how are you today? Going on a long drive? He answered, Nah, just filling up the company car. I said, Twice in one day. You must be busy driving. He then answered, What? This is my first time here today. And I'm thinking, what the hell? Because I know what I saw. But of course, I don't push it. I then just tell him, Oh, sorry. It must have been someone else I served today from the same business. Would you like the receipt? He seemed satisfied with my answer, yet said no to the receipt this time. I thought that this was weird because usually companies want it for tax purposes. But anyway, I wished him a good day and he left. I went through the past few transactions in the system to find his initial receipt, and it wasn't there. Pump 1 and 3, then 2, were the last transactions. I was so confused. I guess I could ask my manager to look at the security footage from that day, but I am just at a loss as to what happened. I know what I saw. So, does anyone have any thoughts on this experience? Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate each and every one of you. But I would also like to thank my amazing patrons, my top tippers, and my dearest channel members. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it with all of my heart. If you want to support the channel further, you could also choose to become a patron, a tipper, or a channel member. But remember, it's appreciated, but never a requirement. I would also like to announce that we have merch now. The link is in the description of the video, along with all my other social media links, like my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, and others. You can connect with me and send your stories there. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet, and comments are highly appreciated. And remember, your fear feeds me.